Chairman, we're live.
Okay, welcome everybody in the audience and those on YouTube. Today is Monday, April 29th. This is our weekly county commission meeting. At this time, please ask everyone to rise and follow me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. It's been brought to my attention that we need to add an executive session at 3:30 today for employee issues. So if you're all good with the rest of the agenda, I'd entertain a motion to approve it with that addition.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda with the added executive session.
Second.
Moved in second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, we're gonna move right on down to our action items this morning. These are all exempt applications, so at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Sue. Do you wanna do them one at a time, or do you wanna do all?
Well, may I specify as we go?
Sure.
Okay. So our first exempt application is from Capital Christian Center, also known as Faith Heights. After a thorough review, the recommendation for these folks is to grant them 292 days of exempt status and 73 days of commercial use.
Because we're gonna have different, we gotta go through all of our emails just to find the one that you've got at the
What?
top, so give me a second.
I'm sorry, I thought,
Okay,
I'm gonna
there
go
we
in the
go.
order that the agenda states. I
Okay.
thought that would be
Just
best.
start, our
That's
emails
the
are.
cap.
It's fine, it's just not in order up here is all it
I
is.
know.
Hang on.
So that one actually probably was, well, let's see, I might have been waiting for calendar days on that, so that may not have been the very first one I sent.
Capital
Hey, can you-
Christian. Yeah, there it is.
How can I help you?
It's another name for it. Is that also Capital Christian
Capital Christian Center
or Faith Heights?
or Faith Heights.
And it's a partial, and you said those days again, please?
292 days of exemption, 73 days of commercial use.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Capital Christian Center, Inc., AKA Faith Heights exempt application for 292 days of exemption and 73 days for commercial purpose.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, so for Cascade Community Church, we have two applications for the church building and the bare lot. And we are recommending full approval on those two parcels.
And then what did you do on the rental?
The rental, they applied under 63-602GG for low-income housing, as well as 602B. But because the pastor does not live in the house, it won't qualify under 602B. And so they did go through the application process under 602GG. That'll actually be the last one that we hear
Okay,
today. I tried to keep them in order of code sections.
So what is GG? That's the first time I've seen
Low-income
that.
housing.
Oh, low income housing is what
Yes.
that is? Okay.
okay, so I'm gonna make a motion, we approve the exemption for Cascade Community Church for the first two, and then we'll wait and do the motion for the rental last. Does that work?
A second.
Yes.
Okay, we got a motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, so the next application will be for Central Valley Baptist Church. They applied for one parcel. The ones that they applied for in Smiths Ferry last year, they did not apply for again this year. They were denied last year, if you'll remember.
Yep.
So this is their church here in town, and we are recommending approval for this application.
Chairman, I would move that we approve the Central Valley Baptist Church exemption.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. On the
So-
Bible Church.
So they have the church and they have the food bank. And both of these parcels, we are recommending approval on. They are solely used for an exempt purpose.
Trying to look at my notes here. Okay, so I'd make the motion that we approve the exemption for Donley Community Bible Church.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay,
Grace?
Grace Bible Church, they have applied for one parcel for their church, and it is solely used for exempt purposes. We are recommending approval.
I would move that we approve the Grace Bible Church exemption.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Regular Baptists.
Also known as Camp Pinewood.
That's a partial.
And there is some commercial use on this parcel.
Is it shown as Camp Pinewood or
It's Idaho Regular Baptist Bible.
ID Regular Baptist, also known as Camp Pinewood.
still looking?
What days are you
We-
exempt and what days are not?
We are, after reviewing their calendar, we are recommending 249 days of exempt status, 116 days commercial use.
I would move that we approve the Idaho Regular Baptist Camp for 249 days for exempt and 116 days for a commercial use.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Nazarene.
So the next
Three of them.
three, no, hold on.
McCall
we
Community.
Missed one. McCall
Oh.
Community Congressional Church.
Thank you for that.
They have applied for
Oh, it's-
one parcel. And we are recommending approval.
I'll make a motion that we approve the McCall Community Congregational Church exempt application.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the Nazarene Church. There are three parcels also known as Trinity Pines.
This was a partial. if I
Yep,
remember
there's a
right.
partial approval recommended. After reviewing the calendar, Christie has worked with all of these organizations to determine which days were used for their own use and which days were used for a commercial use. So we are recommending 147 days of exempt use and 218 days of commercial use.
Thanks for all the work on this one. This was a tough calendar to
It was a
follow.
very tough
Really
calendar.
tough calendar.
Oh,
But I
Trinity,
believe they were really helpful.
we're talking
Yeah,
Trinity
okay, good.
Pines and Cascade, big church camp, is that right?
Yeah, off down Cabarton Road a little
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ways, on the right-hand side, yes.
Mm. Okay.
I would move that we approve for the Nazarene Church, also known as Trinity Pines, 147 days for exempt purpose and 218 days for commercial use.
Second?
Seconded.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So
motion
Sue,
On,
the actual Nazarene churches, like the one in McCall, I don't know if there's any down this way. Is that on a separate spot? Or does that encompass that church in McCall also?
These three parcels are the three parcels here on Cabarton Road.
Right? So it has nothing to do with the Nazarene church in McCall.
I don't believe so.
but we've talked also about the Trinity Pines, the forested lots. Are those included in this? I couldn't tell.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah, they have a total of three parcels out there. And I don't have ProVal with me or anything.
That's fine.
But yes, but they have their nature walking trails, they have their amphitheater.
Okay. So you feel like all three are being used
I
for
do,
that purpose and shouldn't be
I
under
do.
timber reserve? Okay.
I do.
But Sue, Neil's got a good question. Where's the church in McCall, the Nazarene Church in McCall? I don't see it on
We
the
already
list.
do
Is
that
there
one?
another name?
Did we already do that one though? It feels like we already did that one.
Is that the really cool shaped church? Is that the one I'm?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, we already did
Yeah.
that one, like,
We had a couple odd
Oh,
in the
okay.
beginning.
parcels with that one too.
Yeah,
so.
there was like one tiny one that needs to actually really be combined with the bigger one, but they use it for a parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
for
Okay,
the
you ready to move on?
kids.
Pilgrim Grove?
Yes, okay, Pilgrim Cove has 3 parcels, and we are recommending a partial exemption. So 235 days were used for exempt purpose, 130 days used for a commercial use.
I'll make a motion that we recommend a partial approval of the Pilgrim Cove for 235 days that were used for an exempt purpose and 130 days were used for commercial.
Before I second, I have a question.
Yes.
So this one really confuses me a minute because these others all have churches that are actually tied to them. What's the religious exemption on Pilgrim Cove? What church are they tied to? Or does it have to be tied to, I mean, it's under the same code as the others, so I'm assuming there's some kind of a religious affiliation. There's definitely not a congregation.
There is,
I think
Conglomeration of several.
yeah, a friend of mine was managing a camp at one time, some church down the valley, but
So there is a religious affiliation there.
that's what he said. He didn't go for it, and I won't.
Well, that should be in their application, and I don't see it.
I couldn't figure this one out.
Oh, John Walker. How you doing? Doing well.
Shouldn't that be listed on their application, what church they're affiliated with? I don't see it.
Okay, so looking at their articles of incorporation, says these articles were adopted by a majority vote at the 100th Annual Meeting, Idaho Association Central Pacific Conference, United Church of Christ, held at the First Congregational Church in Nampa in 1995.
Okay, all
That's
right.
when they created the Pilgrim Cove Foundation.
United Church of Christ, Idaho Association of the United Church of Christ.
Who's the owner?
Central Pacific Conference, United Church of Christ.
Pilgrim Cove Foundation is the owner of the property.
Pilgrim Grove Foundation is the owner.
I can pull up the deed.
But I just couldn't figure out what their religious affiliation was that they were claiming under, so.
Look at the deed, it says, the camp was founded in 1926, Pilgrim Foundation is of the Idaho Association United Church of
Okay. All right, I'll second the
Churches.
motion then.
So there's not a requirement that they have service on site, a weekly church service.
I think it goes by their bylaws, doesn't it?
Articles of
I mean, it is
incorporation
there.
and their bylaws.
Yeah, most of these church camps don't have weekly services on site.
So we got a motion and a second to approve a partial for Pilgrim Grove. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hey,
Aye, motion carries. The Episcopal Church, 3 of those.
So we're going to hear, the first one that's RP 19 North 03 East 231370. So it's the Protestant Episcopal Church, also known as Paradise Point. So I'd like to actually do that one separately, if you would, please.
Okay, so partial 1370,
Mhm. So, this parcel is used for both exempt purposes, and, there is, a few commercial days that they have used this property for commercial purposes, excuse me. So we are recommending 328 days exempt and 37 days of commercial. And I also sent you, not only did I send you all of their applications, their deeds, all that information, but I also sent you a copy of an email that they sent. You guys read that?
And also Megan, who represents the churches here, should you have any questions?
So the claim in the email is they feel like it should be a full exemption because all church, or all weddings are church related.
Well, that's just on this one parcel, correct?
Correct, on this, that's why I wanted to hear this one separately from the other two.
So the weddings, are they claiming that these are all people from their congregation that got married there? Or is this
where
open?
Megan, she's the camp director. She can answer that better than I can.
Welcome, Megan.
Hey, thank you.
Again, if you'll answer, are all these members of the church and are these, is there a fee associated with using the camp for weddings?
There is a fee associated. We don't ask for,
Ma'am, I apologize. Can you just announce
Oh.
your name for the record?
yes, my name is Megan Kittredge. I'm the
Thank you.
camp director of Paradise Point Camp.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Sherman.
Right, thanks.
We don't ask for necessarily any documentation of affiliation for weddings. All of the ceremonies were also on site.
That's true of most church camps up here. And so they have not been given an exemption for those dates that weddings are being held. You are charging for that service, which makes it a commercial use.
I guess I would like to better understand what kind of documentation would be requested of the commissioners to affirm some kind of whatever religious documentation you're looking for.
This would have to be a part of the Episcopal Church. So these would have to be members of your congregation known to you to be members of your congregation and no fee, is my understanding. So,
I believe that is my understanding as well.
So the religious exemption in statute is property owned by a religious corporation, and the use of the property has to be in connection with that church's articles of incorporation, their bylaws, their religious creed. So if you are using it, for, even if it's considered a religious purpose, but it's not your religious purpose, then it's outside of the exemption that's allowed.
So my understanding is also that fees can still be collected for recreational or dormitories or public worship. There's lots of,
Correct.
okay.
sure.
But that still has to connect back to the religious purpose of the owner of the property.
So to clarify, there's no documentation requested of a particular couple who wishes to get married for religious tax exempt purposes.
Right. And so, and if you don't have that information, then obviously you can't provide it to us, but the statute is very strict. If you can't demonstrate that it's being used 100% for the religious purpose of the owner that owns the property, then it's a non-qualifying use of the property.
It just becomes a commercial application and, you just don't get the exemption for those particular days.
It's like if me and me and my girlfriend, I'm married, if we wanted to get married at your camp and we weren't affiliated with your church at all, then it'd be considered a commercial venture for you guys. If it was somebody in your own organization of some sort want to get married at your camp, then yes, it is.
But if you're charging a fee for that, I think that becomes a
Right.
murky area
As soon as you
also.
start charging the fee is when
It's
it's
the
all
fee
through.
that gets it.
Commercial application at that point, so.
Okay, I can tell you had something else you want to say.
Well, I'll wait till we get to the next portion. There's also, within those 38 days, are served nonprofit entities. According to the Articles of Incorporation of the Episcopal Church in Idaho, one of our purposes is charitable work. So my question is if that serving of nonprofits would align with the charitable work purpose for incorporation.
So you would have to file under C too as well to get the charitable.
Yeah, you could apply under both B and C, and we could evaluate that based on one of those two.
And I think it's appropriate this is like a business model. If your church financially supports itself through outside weddings, outside funds that help it survive, that's great. But that's a decision you guys have to make, because it's gonna be taxed.
The factors under 602C are very similar to 602B, but there are some differences that are unique to 602C. You have to meet the test that you're actually a 60 or a 501c3 and a charitable organization according to the property tax code as well. So if you've applied under just 602B, then Arnie and the assessor's office have only looked at 602B for this particular property.
So I,
So
go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
I
I'm
can
not
see
sure
the
if that
question
was,
coming.
well,
You have to apply under both sections, 602B and C, to be considered.
okay, so, and we're outside of the window of application for this year.
April 15th is the deadline. Yes.
So I just want to be totally clear that that was a denial of the charitable work as a purpose of incorporation for us to host nonprofit groups.
Have you guys
I think
voted?
what I
No,
heard-
we
Voted
haven't.
yet?
We're doing this, but we got two more to do, and I'm assuming you're gonna bring that up on these next two
The next two
applications.
parcels refer to St. Andrew's
Those are-
Parish, which is owned by the Diocese of Idaho, but I run the camp, so I can't speak much
Oh,
of their
okay,
operations.
okay.
So I'm wondering, so if we actually deny this and allow them to come back, and challenge it under the BOE, would that still allow us the opportunity to look at the charitable question versus because they've applied under B, it's still gonna be held to the B standard
So
instead of the C?
last year, you allowed applicants to supplement their application. So long as they got their original application in by the 15th, you did allow them to provide additional information for the BOE to consider. So if you want to do it similar to last year, then yeah, I would recommend you allow.
It would be a new application.
Okay.
And are we, per Idaho code, are we allowed to accept a new application under the new code
No,
section?
you can supplement an original application.
But
Add
the
additional
original-
information.
But that would still be under the B category. So she's still not able to bring the C information this year because of that.
Yeah, probably.
So is that clear as mud?
Just thank you.
So it's 37 days is all you're gonna be taxed on. It's not gonna be that large of a situation.
It's a pretty large situation for us. It's actually pretty huge. Our ministry has run at a deficit, so we don't actually make money on the operations of the camp itself, supported by the Greater Church, the Episcopal Church in Idaho. We've never been assessed. The property has never been assessed. So I can't even make a ballpark estimate as to how much this will impact our finances. We own 50.6 acres, and much of that is lakefront property on the Payette Lake. So this is actually quite a big deal for us.
And Megan, I would just like to say that Christy did her best on trying to decipher on your calendar of the dates that you guys used the property for your own
Mhm.
use versus letting someone else use the property for whatever purpose, family reunions, weddings, etc. So if you are willing to sit down with Christy and I
Absolutely.
and answer some questions that we have on your calendar, we could actually table this with your permission. And then after we're able to actually sit down with you and go through it, come up with what I would consider a more accurate use of the property.
Sure.
By the day. So
Yes.
I should be done here by, well, Christy can go over it with you. We should be done here within about 35 minutes, if you're willing.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. All right.
So you want to table just this first one, or the other two as well?
No, just Paradise Point.
It's the Paradise Point
Yeah,
one.
just the one we're talking about right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we table this one for further investigation for Paradise Point RP 231370.
Second.
Second?
Yep.
Moved and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Tabled.
Okay, so the next two are the Protestant Episcopal Church as well. And they are both being recommended for full approval.
I'll make a motion that we recommend full exemption for parcels number 110 and 10B, or 8. Maybe I ought to put my glasses on.
E.
B, I'll second.
10B.
Moved and seconded. For the following two parcels, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Next page. Shepherd of the Mountains Lutheran Church.
We are recommending full approval on that one.
For both parcels.
Yes.
Would move that we approve the exemption on the Shepherd of the Mountains Lutheran Church.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Seventh-day Adventist. I know this one was a
Okay.
partial too.
Also known as Camp Ida Haven.
Is it written down as Camp Ida Haven on here?
It would be under Southern ID Conference of Seventh-day Adventist, also known as Camp Ida Haven.
There it is.
And this was for 100 days, where's it?
100 days commercial, yeah.
100 days commercial?
So Christie reached out to some of these, the entities that were being recommended for partial approval last week, and has tried to work with the organizations to decipher their calendar and, for what use the property is actually being used for. The recommendation that has been sent to you it's Christie's best attempt to determine the commercial use from their event calendar. Because they failed to work with her on this.
I looked
So
at their
we are
calendar.
recommending 265 days of exempt use.
They haven't bothered to connect with you at all?
You did talk to them. You talked with them.
Interesting.
100 days on the books. 265 exempt. I'll make the motion, we approve the partial approval for Seventh-day Adventist.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, Alpha Grange.
All right, Alpha Grange is being recommended for a full approval.
I would
Under
move,
602C, we are now starting the 602C exempt applications.
I would move that we approve the Alpha Grange exemption.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Boise Girl Scouts, and this one I think was kind of heavy too.
Yeah,
Denial
so this
based.
one is being recommended for disapproval as the Girl Scouts of Silver Sage are not the owners of the property for which they seek an exemption.
And didn't we ask them this
We did.
last year?
We denied them, they appealed. It was agreed upon that they would record a deed to make the names match for the same
Mhm.
ownership, and they have failed,
Just haven't gotten it
they
done.
have failed to do so.
So if they come in for BOE with a new deed, then we can approve it.
Yeah, they talked to their attorney last year, and obviously it's kind of tricky to transfer ownership from a defunct corporation. So I trust that their attorney can figure out the method to get that done correctly, and told them that we would be needing that updated deed for this year.
What was the defunct corporation?
So the original owner was the corporation that ran the Girl Scouts in Idaho from back in the sixties. And then they just changed the corporation to a new and different entity. But somehow along the way, the transfer of ownership on this particular parcel was overlooked.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the.
Girl Scouts of
Boise
Silver
Girl Scouts,
Sage
Inc.
Council.
Yeah.
That
that's
was
the
the old
current-
one.
That's
That's
the
the
new.
new one.
That's
uh,
the new one.
That is the current corporation that runs the Girl Scouts in Idaho.
I don't know if we have that name.
I would move that we deny the Boise Girl Scouts, Inc. due to a conflict in names on the deed.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Heartland Hunger.
Heartland Hunger is being recommended for full approval.
I'll make a motion that we approve Heartland Hunger Resource Center
Second.
full exemption.
Got a motion and a second to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Parks and Land.
Yep.
was
So
the-
Idaho Foundation for Parks and Lands, Inc. has 3 parcels, and they all 3 are being recommended for approval.
Would move that we approve the 3 parcels for the Idaho Foundation for Parks and Land, Inc.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Long Valley Preservation Society. We've got
Okay.
14.
So, yes, but I would like to address the first parcel listed for them. So it's RP 00216-003-005A. I would like to address that one separately, and then all the others can be addressed together.
Okay. Well, let's do that one first.
Okay, so this is where the Red Barn is.
Oh,
You know,
that's
they
right.
have weddings, things of that nature there. So we are recommending 335 days of exemption and 30 days of commercial use on this parcel.
I would move that on the parcel ending in 3005A, that we allow exemption for 335 days and commercial use for 30 days.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so then the additional 2, 3,
14.
the additional 14 parcels that are listed thereafter, we are recommending full approval.
I would move that we approve the Long Valley Preservation Society parcels of the 14 parcels.
Got a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to exempt 14 Long Valley Preservation Society parcels. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Mountain West Boy Scouts of America.
on these?
I did.
Okay.
Think of it. I don't know. Did we do?
Okay, so once again, we kind of have a similar it is a similar situation to the Girl Scouts. The property ownership is Orida
I missed that.
Council, Boy Scouts of America. They have applied
Same issue.
under, Boy Scouts of America Mountain West Council, which is the 2 separate corporations. So the property is not actually owned by the organization that is applying for the exemption.
And they were also notified last year, if I remember right.
I don't believe they were.
No?
I must have missed this one last year.
Okay. I thought we'd addressed it too, but maybe I'm just remembering the Girl Scouts,
I
but,
think it was just the Girl Scouts.
okay.
So this is a total denial.
Yeah, I mean, they have
Okay.
the opportunity to record a deed if they were to appeal.
That's on both applications.
Yes, on both parcel numbers, yes.
I'll make a motion that we deny these 2 applications for the Boy Scouts of America.
Got a motion and a second to deny these 2 parcels. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
So is this something, these 2 of you, that will come back to us in BOE?
Probably.
Probably
Most
if they
likely.
get the deed changed.
Most likely.
They have to have these parcels all over the place. They have to have a way to be able to resolve the issue, so.
I mean, it's not only them, it's the Boy, Girl Scouts.
Doug, you want us to wait? Okay. So we're gonna move on down to Quaker Hill. And there's,
So Quaker Hill resubmitted their applications completely in completion under 602C before April 15th. And we are and so we will go back to the original recommendation of 235 days were used for commercial use and 130 days were used for exempt purpose. And John Walker is here in the audience. If you have questions, he can answer them.
so 130 days are exempt and the rest is taxed. And is that for all 25 parcels?
Yes.
John, anything you want to add? Could you state your name for the record so I get it to Doug?
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Walker, and sorry, I felt this coming up.
Want some water? I've got water too.
We don't have any coffee. Sorry, man.
I don't know if this is gonna go away.
Take your time, we're in no rush.
Oh, boy.
Don't drink after your water. You might be sharing,
I'm
Jordan.
not sick, I promise.
This is John Walker, sir.
Thanks you're drinking Megan's water.
Yeah. Thank you, Megan. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Good morning. My name is John Walker, and I am the Executive Director at Quaker Hill, and we did resubmit our applications at your request. I guess what was kind of stated earlier is we're a little nervous about what this implication and what the assessment will be. Like Megan said, we have we're obviously never having been assessed. What does 235 days look like? And and there's some real questions about how the charitable side of things even works. This is the first time we've ever had to apply under the charitable side of things. So yeah, we're just a little nervous and concerned about this, and I understand you all have work to do and you need to figure things out. But my only caution is that this dramatically has the potential to dramatically change the landscape of our community. These camps and conference centers have been around for a long time and have adapted to stay open. And you can see from our profit and loss, we're not in the business of making money. We've been losing money. Our board's motto is lose less. And yet we're always trying to be affordable and, serve the greater community, the state of Idaho. As you know, Valley County is Idaho's playground. And we like to think of ourselves as a community benefit organization. There are certain things that we do intentionally to serve our community, but also, how we, make sure that we do, we're very cautious about serving lunches on Sundays in particular, so that guest groups can go into the community on the way home and eat dinner or eat lunch, and little things like that. It's just a small example, but like I said, on our letter, we talk about how we do serve our community and try to be a benefit to our community. So what 235 days looks like, what the assessed value is an unknown and scary, and obviously could have a dramatic effect, not just on us, but all the other camps. And so, yeah, I guess we're happy, obviously you requested we file under the charitable. We had a board retreat shortly after and have been talking about what we needed to do with our articles of incorporation to better encompass what maybe Camp Quaker Hill has become over the years. And like I said, originally we had filed in 1968. I know that you are looking at the 2005 articles of incorporations that were recorded. At that time, they just had changed their board structure from 31 members to down to a 7-member board. And I think that was the only thing they were looking at. And so they didn't incorporate or mention religious, but that's what it's been. It's what it's always been. And looking for ways to, serve other nonprofits. Of the use of our calendar, with the exception of probably 3 or 4 groups, every single one of them are nonprofits as well. And so that's how our fee structure is built to be able to serve those guests. So I would stand for questions, but I just wanted to give you a little information on maybe some background that wasn't in the letter.
So John, I believe Bob made an appointment with you for Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, so him and another individual from our staff will be coming out to
Mhm.
try to, and you're gonna escort them and help them out.
Yep.
So that, I'm going to assume towards the end of next week, hopefully they'll have all the records updated, all the
Sure.
buildings drawn on appropriately, and we can give you it'll be a ballpark. As you know, the levy rates don't get set until September.
Right.
We could give you a ballpark what if from last year's levy rates, just to give you an idea.
Right.
So it's not as scary as,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that would
unknown.
be helpful, but what we're talking about is,
I know.
2/3 of our use being commercial, which we're not intended or ever intended to be commercial. We will choose to be empty over serve the greater clientele that we've had over the years. And we're talking Boise State, University of Idaho, a lot of elementary schools from the Treasure Valley and private schools from the Valley. But if that's how it's being assessed, and I would also argue that of the 25 parcels that we have, the lion's share of those are never touched. The bulk of our, you want to call it business, the bulk of what we do is on a 10-acre parcel. The rest is trees, and the guests can or cannot go out there. And most of the year they can't go out there because of the weather. And we will put a fence on it to tell them they can't go there. But I don't think that's what you intend either for the use of our ground. But anyhow, those are just some thoughts we've been trying to process.
And John, I really appreciate your input. This has been challenging for us too. This is a change in the code that the state has pushed back down to us, and we've got to do a better job of making sure that everybody's paying their fair share.
Sure. And I
I
guess,
agree with you. It's really scary when
Yeah,
it's time to pay
for sure.
taxes.
right. And I guess that's what we're, where we're cloudy is it a change in the code or an interpretation of a change? And because we've talked to some other, our attorneys have talked to other, counties, and it feels like there's about 3 or 4 counties that are really digging into this, and they tend to be the ones where the property is more valuable. So,
Well, and
Well,
also
hopefully
part-
all the counties are digging into it because they're supposed to, not just.
yeah, sure.
Well, and it's probably those with all of the church camps. So if you look at Valley County, I mean, we have 3 pages we're looking at today. We've been doing this for 3 weeks.
Sure.
And when you look at our basis for taxes, it's a very small window. I
Yeah.
mean, we are 91% federal and state owned.
Yeah.
So we have to look
Right.
at every property to make sure
Right.
everybody is from,
Yeah.
it's fair to everyone. So
I
if there
understand.
is a commercial application, or a commercial side of the business. I mean, I've been to Quaker Hill many times. You
Yeah.
guys are wonderful for the community. But that doesn't negate the fact that everyone else is paying taxes if you're not, when you should be. And
Right.
so that really does need to be the bottom line. You
Right.
know, we're just trying to follow state statute.
Mhm.
And if it hasn't been enforced in the past, then you've been able to function for a long time without paying those taxes when maybe they should have been.
Sure.
And we're just trying to make sure and clarify
Right.
that everyone is paying their fair share of what is there. So
Yeah.
I would imagine that you are having a few of the counties with heavy camp in them, probably looking at it a little bit closer than
Sure.
other counties that don't have these. But
Well, and I believe Valley County has probably the most exempt properties in Idaho, because conferences that I've been to, and a lot of counties don't have hardly any exempt properties, or just a handful, but Valley County is by far the leader of
Mhm.
exempt properties.
So Brian, I picked up what
have a microphone.
John was saying about the nonprofits, that nonprofits use there's nothing in the code that states about nonprofits. It has to be the organization's use of it, not any other nonprofit.
Correct. The requirement for both the religious exemption and the charitable exemption under 602C has that exclusive use by the charitable corporation and its owner. So these statutes are drafted very narrowly. And so, you know, the question came up, is there a change in the code, or is there a change in the interpretation? And it's a combination of two. The code has been changed somewhat over time, but these applications have to be submitted every single year. You don't just apply for it once and then you're
Right.
qualify or don't qualify and you're done. You have to apply every single year. And so, you know, denials trickle up to the Board of Tax Appeals, and Board of Tax Appeals will consider those, and they'll release opinions. And so we get new opinions every single year on how to correctly interpret these statutes. And one of them, which has been really important to us, is a Custer County case it was a PTA case, but it was a Custer County that dealt with charitable and religious use, and that was published last year, which really kind of changed the way we were looking at it. We were maybe a little too liberal in granting approvals based on this BTA case. And we tried to get the word out last year to everybody. We had a couple big meetings and got the word that there's some new cases, and the way we're interpreting these exemptions are more in line with what the BTA is directing us to do. And so these modifications are now, you know, you're seeing the recommendations from the assessor's office quite a bit more strict than maybe what you've been used to in prior years.
Yeah,
One-
definitely.
And one of the ways that can be addressed, if that's going to have a big impact on the community, is they can reach out to their legislators and talk about what those impacts are and whether or not they can or should or want to make some changes in the law. We're kind of stuck with what we've got. We have to interpret the law as it is written, and if the legislature sees the need to make some modifications and allow a little bit more liberal approvals for these, then that's certainly fine from my perspective.
Okay, so Sue, I did have that one question, and John brought it up, was about not all, got a ton of parcels. Not all these parcels are being used. How would you
Okay, so
go with that?
when Christy and I sat down and we met with John, I had asked him, are we looking at this as a whole? And he said, yes. And I said, okay. I know,
Tax commission rule that says with multiple parcels, you view it and interpret it for property tax purposes as one parcel. So you look at it as if it was just
Right,
one big parcel and you evaluate the use.
right.
If he
So,
has timber on some, however, he could file timber exemption if he meets that statute.
if he wanted, I think we talked about that even, didn't we?
I
About
don't know.
applying for a timber exemption. So timber exemption, the Idaho code is very specific. You would have to have an FT 101 and a timber management plan done by a qualified forester and have it turned in by December 31st of this year for the exemption to go into effect for 2025. Now, on the timber exemption, you don't have to apply every year. And the value per acre is very minimal, very, very minimal. When we met with you, I did bring that up, but we were discussing a lot of matters and it was probably a bit overwhelming at that time.
Sure.
But if that is something that you would like to pursue, there's an acreage minimum, which I believe most of your parcels would
Yeah.
qualify.
Yeah.
So as you probably heard, we're gonna meet with Megan for a few minutes, but if that's something you wanna go over with, I will absolutely get you a packet and all the information you need for
Yeah.
that. I think it would be a wise choice.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I definitely would be willing to explore it. The other question I had, and this was brought up in our Quaker Hill board retreat, was the idea of the partial denial. How does that? What's the interpretation of the charitable organization? Like either we're a charitable organization or we're not. But so we were confused as to how this would be decided.
Can I address that? And then you
Absolutely.
can fill in the gaps.
Yep.
So just like religious use, charitable use is if you are using it for the charitable purpose of the owner of the property. And it's Quaker Hills charitable use, fine. If you're going outside to other organizations and charging a fee to use the property, that is not charitable use
It's a commercial
according
use.
to Idaho code. That's how we interpret it and draw the line.
Yeah.
So that organization that is using your property might be a 501c3, they might be a charitable organization, but it's not the same as Quaker Hills' use of the property.
Unless the statute gets changed by the law, it
It's-
is what it is.
It's right, exactly, and it seems like a subjective line to draw. I understand that. The problem is that's the law the legislature gave us.
I think what it boils down to for these type of organizations like Quaker Hill and Paradise Point is the only way that you're going to be able to win this battle is at the state legislature level.
Yeah, our board talked about that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you guys are gonna have to be the ones to find somebody to carry a bill. And maybe some of you guys have connections, but that would be what I would recommend. For the long term, short term, we could address a timber exemption to help with that.
We just want to make sure that we're not doing anything just to jump through hoops, just for the sake of what you need because of who we are and what we've been and what we've done for 93 years.
Well, and that's your decision as a business model.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and continue this because it brings in so much revenue, knowing that it's gonna cost us X amount of dollars in property taxes. That's an easy decision
Sure.
to figure out, but I don't think it should automatically make it eligible to be exempt because there's a lot of commercial camps up here too that are taxed. So there's a fine line right there that we gotta make sure we don't go over.
There's a number of things that can be done. One applicant that we had very similar concerns. They had made investments in different ventures that we considered outside of the scope of their exempt use. And so what they decided to do to deal with it, and this worked for them, it may not work for you or others, but they had multiple parcels. What they did is decided to confine all of their non-exempt use to one parcel and then quit claim deeded the ownership of that parcel over to a different entity. And so it was just that one parcel that was being used for non-exempt activities.
Hmm.
And the affordability of that became quite a bit
Okay.
more, and that's fine. And we will cooperate and work with people to help them do that, because this isn't about generating revenue as much as it is just implementing the law correctly.
Sounds good.
And so we'll work with the community and
Yeah.
applicants to help figure those things out. I don't want to give legal advice to them. They have to work through their own attorneys to do that, but that's one idea
Okay.
for you to consider and take back to your board.
Okay,
Helpful.
we gotta move along, guys. We're gonna run out of daylight. So I need a motion to approve the agreement for Quaker Hill for the 25 parcels. 130 days exempt, 235 taxed.
Second.
Oh, I guess I made that motion.
It's all moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Let's go on down to YMCA. Is that where you want to go next?
Yep.
235.
Okay, so Christy was trying to work with these guys last week to try to figure out their calendar, because their calendar isn't very thorough. So it was very difficult for her to even speculate. So when I sent you all their applications and I included the question marks for the days of exempt and the days of commercial, they wrote a letter, which I sent to you. That was my very last email to you in the 11th hour on Friday. Hopefully you guys all had time to read it. And
Honestly,
I
the-
really think that we need to table this one, honestly, in my heart, and reach out and try to get a little more accurate information from these folks.
I agree with you. I don't think the letter really
No. it
helped or
doesn't really
hurt their
address-
cause. It's just a general statement letter that
No.
didn't give us really any details.
Correct. So if the board would agree to table this one, it would give us an additional week to try to work with them and get some answers on the actual use of the camp, whether it be for their own use or renting out, because on their website, they rent it out for numerous, family reunions and weddings and retreats, et cetera. And
They're no different than any of the other camps out
no,
there. So.
no, and Chrissy and I both racked our heads trying to figure out, can we even come up with,
You can't, you need more
We can
details.
deny
more
it.
detail?
Yeah.
We can deny it and they can appeal it
Well,
through BOE,
right, so
but
you can either deny it in,
when do these have to be done?
we have
May.
until, through May,
15th?
15th, we have to have the letters in the mail, whether they're approved, denied, or partial exemptions. But the last commissioner day that you have to approve or deny things is the 13th of May. So we do have another couple weeks.
But I'm kind of like Sherry right now, looking at the information I got, I would probably deny the exemption and not approve anything because there's no information. We need that. So let's go ahead and table these until further date.
Yeah,
let you to get
As soon
agenda.
as we have a little more time to work
Okay.
with them,
Okay,
we'll either have this on the 6th or the 13th for you.
so do you need a motion to table that?
Not necessarily, but
I
you
don't
made a
think you did,
motion.
did I can make the motion. Let's table the YMCA applications till further date. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who did second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, these others will go very quickly. So now we are starting the 63-602D applications. So McCall Memorial Hospital has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 parcels. And they are all 10 recommended for approval.
Did they not even file on the new apartment building that they purchased? Because they're actually renting that out. The one on Third.
They're
They didn't
really-
even.
They're really good about not trying to file
Okay.
for exemptions on stuff that wouldn't be
Okay.
considered exempt.
Perfect.
So no.
Okay, so full exemption from McCall Memorial Hospital District. Do I have a motion in a second?
Second,
I
I'll
will-
make a motion that we, messed me up now. Make a motion that we approve the full exemption for St. Luke's McCall exempt.
I'll second.
Moved and second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. St. Luke's McCall.
Yes, so they have 3 parcels that they have applied for, and we are recommending approval for all 3 parcels.
So I entertain a motion to approve all three.
Make a motion that we approve all 3 for St. Luke's of McCall.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Alpine Playhouse.
Okay, they applied under 63-602E. It's the only educational application we are hearing today, and we are recommending full approval.
Okay, I entertain a motion to approve that one.
I have one question on that one. So educational, so they do a lot of plays in there, not,
Theater.
yeah, so the theater is considered educational purpose. Okay. I would move that we approve the Alpine Playhouse.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor,
Exemption,
please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. And the last one on the list, Mike, come on up to the mic. Mike, come on up to the mic. This is the Cascade
So-
Community Church, and before we start, I have to excuse myself from this as I'm a member of this congregation.
Okay.
And first, I will apologize that I'm old and my hearing is lousy, even with 2 hearing aids.
Huh?
So
Mike, would you please state your name and the community you live in?
I'm Michael Nuzzo. I am elder at Cascade Community Church, representing Pastor Andy Wagoner, who is over in Oregon watching his daughter graduate.
Perfect. So Sue, want to address this one?
Yes, so they applied under B, but the pastor doesn't live in the house, so it's not a parsonage, so it becomes a rental house. So Andy asked me about applying under 63-602GG, which is the low-income housing code. And so I gave him the application, and he filled it out and sent it in. And when, after being reviewed for to be in compliance with 63-602GG, it is lacking under the application, should be denied as there is no catastrophic event lease termination clause as required in Section 3B under that code. And if I remember right, this would be 60% of the median home income. There's also a clause in there that they have to have 1 unit that is 30%. And this one is around 60%, so it's not going to qualify because of the catastrophic event, the absence of the catastrophic event, termination of the lease clause, and also the median home value. There is nothing. It's hard when there's only 1 unit.
Yeah.
I think that code was probably meant for like apartment buildings, perhaps. Probably not just 1 unit, but we still looked at it just to see if it would qualify under the code, and it won't, so.
This isn't just the church, this is just the part.
No, the church and the Bear Lot were approved
We already did that.
this morning.
This is just this
This is
part.
the actual rental house. They have it rented out to a member of the community.
And I totally respect what you guys are doing. I serve on the Housing Trust. We can't qualify either. The apartments in Donley, they're all low income, don't qualify. The apartments in McCall don't qualify. And it's because of this statement in your rental agreement that you will allow someone to stay for 90 days in the event of a catastrophic event. And then also it's very specific to the number of units you have to have. So I personally am going to go to the legislature this year and try and have this code changed because I don't think it's fair to those trying to create affordable housing units. So unfortunately, the law is very clear on this. There's no ambiguity on this one at all. You flat have to have these things, and they don't give us any sideboard and to try and even work around that. So I totally respect what you're doing. I think it's an important and valuable asset to the community, and it breaks my heart to have to deny this. But the legislature is very clear in the law of what you can and cannot claim on affordable housing units. So most of the affordable housing entities in Idaho can't qualify right now. So I think it's tragic because it's impacting our affordability in housing units, but I would move that we decline or deny the Cascade Community Church designation.
Second.
But I will go and work on your behalf. I would very much appreciate you contacting your legislatures this year too. This code section needs to be revised. And honestly, I think they need to take a look at all of this for clarity this next year. This is one that hasn't been touched in a while. And obviously, Supreme Court is weighing in on some of these issues, and they need to recreate this code and make it much more clear for all of us. So we're not in the situation moving forward. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Just a question, is there something that we could put in our rental agreement with Kelly? I mean, in the past, Kelly is disabled. And, but in the past, we have, when his rent was 400, he would shovel the sidewalks and we would take 100 or 200 off the rent for the month. And so, you know, basically he's been a great tenant for 13, 14 years.
Yes.
And when our youth pastor came in, we just didn't have the heart to tell Kelly, go find a place in this market that you can afford. Is there something that we can put in our rental agreement that would qualify under the law of over-income housing?
You could put something in your rental agreement, but the thing that's going to be hard is to do it on one unit is not possible. You've got to have it a certain percentage that of 30% of the average median income. At least one unit has to be that, and then other units.
Okay,
So it's
so it
not
has to
just
be
a
multiple
one-off.
units.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's my understanding of the law. So,
okay, that answers my question.
In addition to that, you'd have to have you will not evict your tenant for 90 days for non-payment if there were certain.
And we have had that
Right.
happen. I just didn't know if we could do it on one unit.
It doesn't sound like it, but I think we need to talk to the legislature this year. I think we need them to work on this legislation all the way around. It's time that they provide some clarity.
Okay. Kevin, do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
All right,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for all you do.
Hey, that's the last one, isn't it?
It is the last one. May I be excused from the elected official
Yes,
report
yes,
so
yeah.
that I can go work with Megan and John?
Yep. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we will start on our regular commissioner meeting. If you need a break, this would be the time.
sir.
We're off mute, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, welcome
Feels
back,
good.
everybody. We're at 9:05, action item.
5,000.
These are claims, board order claims in junior college, or no junior
Yeah.
college this time.
Okay.
Yeah, so his total amount that he entered is correct.
Okay.
Rita, I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
The first one for 291,000 for Contech Engineering, is that software?
That's Epstein Bridge, I believe, Mr. Chairman. That's from the road department.
Yeah,
correct?
it's road department. It's for a bridge.
And I'm assuming we're gonna get reimbursed for
We
that.
are, but just let me confirm that one moment.
What is the jug
Another
handle?
reason to get an engineering.
LID.
on board.
It's,
We actually collect the water bill.
uh-huh,
Jug
Johanna.
handle. It's a water users association that we collect on.
Lots of questions.
Bring me up to speed.
Yeah, so about 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, Jug Handle, the subdivision up on the mountain, not the newer
At the golf
subdivision,
course resident, yeah.
needed to find a solution for water. So what they did was they put in a community well system and created a local improvement district. And so each of the homeowners that received water from the community well paid a portion of the price. So I think it was $10,000. And what they did was they financed the project with a bond through the Idaho Department of Water Resources. And we manage the LID payments for them. So
We're
each
just
year-
managing the payment.
Yes, we're just managing the payment. We charge it an administrative fee to be able to manage the payment for them. But each year we prepare and send out statements and invoices for the individuals in that community. And then they pay. And if they don't, we certify it to their property taxes.
Oh, I see.
And then the Idaho Department of Water Resources sends us a bill once a year for the annual payment on this project. And we pay that as well. So I believe that's what's being paid today.
Yeah. So
Yes.
just money in, money out.
Correct.
We charge
you.
a fee to actually collect that on their behalf.
Well, yeah, $7.50 per parcel per year.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Johanna.
Rita, there was no junior college, right?
No junior college this time. Mm-mm.
Doug, did we take the Wi-Fi thermostats out of PILT because it was part of the CIP?
That is correct. Yes,
So it
ma'am.
was approved of the
That's
CIP?
correct, yes.
That's what, 19,000, something like that?
We have
Yes.
any idea out of PILT how much more we've committed through CIP? That might be something that we need to look at this year in our CIP committee. Diana? For our
So
CIP.
for fiscal year 2024, I do believe that all of the CIPs have been funded and expended.
And expended.
Yep.
So this is the last one. Okay.
Not all of them.
Okay. Well, that's
Oh.
something we need to address in our CIP meeting.
Yes. So in the original meeting invite, you'll see a list of all the ones that have been approved and not spent.
Okay. Perfect.
Question maybe for Doug on the audit. Are we gonna get some of that reimbursed from EMS and the Fair Board?
So no, that audit that we paid for is for Valley County only and for the fairgrounds. The EMS audit has been expended out of the actual EMS account. So the 22,000.
It's up, isn't it?
Up a
Seems like
grand.
a
It's
lot
up
more.
1,000
Yeah.
from what was
1,000? Oh, thought
allotted
more than
for.
that.
22,000 is the yearly audit for the Valley County Fair Board and for Valley County.
I'd make a motion that we approve claims and board orders for this month.
A second. With no junior college.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's under pill. Okay. So we got a motion and a second to pay the claims. And how many board orders were there? 2,
3.
3 board order claims? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. I got enough stuff in my head.
My coffee got cold.
So Sheriff, have we got the jail van back yet, or is it still getting worked on? It's back? Maybe sometime we can have a tour.
We went up to Riggins.
And then you're gonna be around today at 3?
Rocks, take the dog for. Hmm? We did? Told my wife, I
Mark
says-
out that wrong amount.
I said, they live right up Elk Lake Road.
You can see it from,
Can you?
it's the red and white.
Oh, okay, we'll look next time. He says they commute all the way from. So, well, you guys still live up, got a place up there?
At least they do it.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get me a stamp.
You can have mine.
After you're gone, you can just continue to stamp everything out. You could be here forever and not even know it.
We'll keep stamping your name, buddy.
It's all here, just come and use it whenever.
Blame
you
Mel.
want.
He signed it.
Thanks, Rita. Have a great day. We're gonna move on down our agenda to elected official reports, and we've excused our assessor, Sue. So we're gonna move to clerk, Mr. Miller. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Just kind of want to give you guys an update of what the clerk's office has been working on. We have completed our initial interactions with the elected officials and department heads regarding their fiscal year 2025 budget requests. So we will begin scheduling those workshops with the commissioners. Our idea was to do what we've done in the past, to setting them on the afternoons during the commissioner meetings. So you have the opportunity to understand what the department's requests are, what the elected officials' requests are, and then, continue to try to finalize the fiscal year 2025 budget by the time that I would like to have the formal public hearing, and that is on the agenda for the commissioners to set that date today. But I did want to give the commissioners an update that we've concluded our initial interactions with all of the elected officials and department heads regarding their budget requests for fiscal year 2025.
Anything big coming in that you don't have budgeted now?
No, I mean, there are increases. Every department's asking for an increase.
And employees?
The only, I believe we're only asking for the potential of the facilities to have janitors instead of contracting that work out. So that's really the only employees
Good.
that the county is looking for right now. However, depending on the purchase of the Ameritidal building, the outcome of that, regarding courthouse security, there are some questions
There's
that
a
the
lot of
sheriff's
unknowns
office
with that, yeah.
has regarding that and what the county wants to do.
My question on that, and we can get to it at the budget time, but because it is ARPA funds, we don't have to put it into the general budget. But what if we have leftover that we need to utilize to do improvements? How do we budget for that? Is it still
Out of
just stay in
ARPA funds?
So yeah, we would be, can I take a step back?
Mhm.
Or can I present on the report that I completed regarding the ARPA funds? That's related just to the ARPA funds. The funds that
Oh,
the commissioners are
other-
going to be using for the purchase of the Ameritidal building and the road department are the LATCF funds.
I'm sorry, I call them all ARPA funds.
And which is fine. I just have to
I'm
call
glad
them the
you're
separate
separating.
funds to make sure
Yeah.
that I want to present to you how the commissioners have obligated those funds. Let's just say this, all of the ARPA funds have been obligated, and yes, the majority of the LATCF funds have been obligated as well for the purchase of the Ameritidal building and the road department building. So your question is if there are,
I guess because it's LATFA, there's no there's no end date that those have to be spent by, so we can just
Correct.
continue to do any upgrades
Yeah.
out of that fund.
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question.
However, I don't think there's going to be any of those funds left over, depending, right? Maybe a little bit, but yes. So to answer that question, they can be utilized, and then we would report those expenditures later. The LATCF funds, the reporting requirements for that was March 30th of 2024, and we had not spent any of those funds. The commissioners had not expended any of those funds.
Okay.
The only funds that the commissioners have expended or obligated right now, the only funds that the commissioners have actually expended were the ARPA funds.
Perfect.
Okay, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you met with everybody.
Yep.
Did you talk to them about, is there any areas in your organizations, all the departments, that they can look at as possibly cutting things out that are pork? You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Reductions in there. So that is an initial, when I conduct my initial interactions with the elected officials and department heads, I try to think like the commissioners and look at if there's areas on their expenditure report or on their budget report that they haven't expended funds in the past, let's say 2 years. I request that they take a look to see if they could potentially reduce that expense line. And ultimately, it's going to be the commissioners to have those hard conversations with the commission or with the elected officials and department heads. But I attempt to do some pre-work to get the elected officials and department heads to think of areas that they could reduce. Commissioner Thompson, though, I will share with you that over the years that we've been doing this, that I've been involved with the budgets for the 10 years, our budgets are skin and bones, honest to God. If you can look and find areas that could potentially be reduced, please be my guest. However, I will honestly stand up here and let you know that there isn't a lot of fluff in any of the departments or elected officials' budgets. There's not.
Okay.
That's why we have the second lowest levy rate in the counties.
Well, and because of our values, but yes, the pre-work that we're doing right now, that the clerk's office is doing with the elected officials and department heads, is really to identify those potential areas where there could be a reduction, for sure.
And I appreciate that. That just, just asking the
Yeah,
question.
absolutely. But I do want to stand up here and assure you that that is not a clerk's decision to make. Ultimately, that is the commissioner's decision.
Unless we
But-
make it a policy that the clerk has to make those decisions.
Yeah, we could do
The
that.
clerk doesn't want those decisions. But the
Don't think it's in his job description.
But we do, I'm not well liked. And I will share that with
Yes, you are.
well,
I love you.
there are hard conversations and direct conversations that the clerk's office has with the sheriff's office, with the treasurer's, with the prosecuting attorney's office about their budget requests. And why we do that is previously, in my opinion, the elected officials and department heads, that pre-work wasn't done and the commissioners were having to sort through all of this right away during the budget workshops. They still have to work through all of these questions, but I think that the work that's done in the front does help ultimately for the elected officials and department heads to have a good narrative and a good understanding of the questions that the commissioners might be asking.
And that's awesome. That's all I was asking because it is important and it's kind of like Sue. She's presenting all the exemptions to us. She's doing the work front loaded. And it's just awesome to have people that are taking ownership and doing that. So I appreciate your.
Well, I appreciate you saying that.
Input.
As you're fully aware, we're all, vested in Valley County and the community, but we
Absolutely.
also want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible. But please, during the budget discussions, when you are meeting with the elected officials and department heads, don't be afraid to ask some of these questions that we have asked them behind the doors.
Okay. Thank you.
To go back to your point about the lack of funds, I'm looking at it, I think there's gonna be a little bit left, but we don't know, first of all, what that building's gonna cost to insure. There's a lot of expenses that are really unknown.
Absolutely.
And we can't pull the trigger on it until we get it bought.
Well, correct. And I hate to bring this up during right now, but we're going to have to be budgeting for, I know you guys
Power
have thought of,
bill,
yep,
propane
yep,
bill.
the ongoing
snow
expenses
plowing.
for both locations.
All-
So this is something that the commissioners are going to have to take into consideration this fiscal year
Right.
under the facilities budget, right?
Maintenance and operation.
Maintenance and operations. So the
That's why I'm
commissioners,
hoping there's some lack of funds left that we can kind of figure out what it's gonna be for the first year and then a
Yep.
budget after that, but. Did you want,
I'm-
and we approved that or the ARPA report, right? We got that all
so
done?
I submitted it. I just wanted to make sure that there weren't any changes or corrections that the commissioners wanted me to make. But as I
Look good.
presented to you,
That looked good.
okay, so that has been submitted to the U.S. Department of Treasury, and we'll go on. I do have an action item, and I do have one more matter that I'd like to present to the commissioners, but I don't want to forget about this. Commissioners, each year we have to set the public hearing date for our budget presentation. I would like the commissioners to schedule that for August 26th at 1 p.m.
When do we have to have it?
The second Monday in September.
In September?
Yeah.
Or sooner?
Well, we have to,
Okay.
the actual budget has to be approved the second Monday in September per code.
It should be the
Mr.
ninth.
Chairman, I would move that we set the fiscal year 2025 budget hearing to August 26th at 1 p.m.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to set the fiscal year 25 annual budget meeting for August 26th, 2024 at 1 p.m. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners.
You had one more thing.
Yeah, I apologize. I feel like I've been rambling and taking up everyone else's time, but I just want to let the commissioners know that the elections office has issued 688 absentee ballots. The Yellow Pine Fire District, the Yellow Pine Precinct will be sent out all of their mail-out ballots today. That's 45
Really?
for Yellow Pine. We are still conducting interviews for the election coordinator position. We are in discussions with an individual that we would like to make an offer to, so we'll see what happens with that.
Are they in-house or somebody just putting their name in?
It is someone that is outside of Valley County.
Cool.
And
Like
commissioners,
hitting the ground running right before an election.
I can assure you though that our office is, myself, Gabby and Stacy are directly involved with the elections. We'll be conducting some election training with our poll workers here in the next couple weeks, and we will be prepared for the May 21st primary election.
When do you suspect we'll get the audit back?
The audit's back.
So is it good?
Yeah, our presentation regarding the audit will be May 6th, so
Okay.
it will be in this upcoming packet. You ask, is it good? Yes, I would say that we have,
No problems, no issues.
we had some departments that overexpended, but we, we were aware of that. There were some expenditures that were unanticipated, but overall, the budget is fine, or the audit is fine.
Awesome. Awesome.
Any
Won't
more
be here,
questions for
so
Doug?
You'll just shoot it my way.
Good.
That'd be great.
Absolutely. Okay,
Thank
sorry,
you.
everyone. Thank you.
Next victim, prosecutor, Mr. Oki. Good morning again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Prosecutor's office is staying steadily busy. We had a criminal trial last week. Ashley and Arnie actually worked on that together. We're doing a little cross-training in our office to get Arnie exposed to some of the work that Ashley does, and so that was a good opportunity for him to work with her on it was a misdemeanor trial. And so that took up a little bit of his time, but as you can see, he's he's still chugging away with the property tax exemption work, which is significant this time of year and probably will be for a couple of more months. Transactional work has been keeping me busy with various employment-related issues and some other things like that. The primary issues that since the last report that I've been working on is the Ameritidal transaction and the Gold Dust substation transaction. I've talked to Jeff about some of the questions that I have with that Gold Dust substation. I may need to follow up with you, Commissioner Hasbrook, on
Okay.
just to make sure that I'm clear. This is what you wanted and needed to do, and I think there's still some things that need to be resolved there. So if you've got some time that we can meet with Jeff and take a look at the map of that parcel that they're acquiring, that would be helpful to move that along. I've got an
Maybe
action item.
late this afternoon.
Pardon me?
Maybe late this afternoon.
Okay, yeah. I've got an action item later on the agenda related to the Ameritidal building. We'll talk about that at 2:30. Other than that, stand for any questions.
That's at 2:30.
Yeah, I believe so. 2 or 2:30.
Oh, good. And I think there's a lot to talk about there. Any
Appreciate-
questions for Brian?
Appreciate all your hard work on that one.
Thank you.
That's
I
big.
appreciate your help with these tax exemptions because we never really had that much help before. We were kind of flying by the seat of our pants, and I think it's working out great. And I like how it's going. Everybody's kind of
Yeah.
understanding it.
There's,
Thanks.
I mean, based on the feedback we're getting, obviously they're, I guess, curious and maybe a little confused as to why they had been approved in the past and maybe only partially approved now. I understand that. I do think that when conversations are had with legislators about how this policy is being implemented, that'd be a productive conversation to have, but certainly it affects all counties, so it's something that should likely be coordinated through the Association of Counties. But as I look at how other states are handling these kinds of issues, not that they're better or worse necessarily, but some states are a little bit more clear on saying certain categories of property is going to be exempt regardless of the use of the property, and then that eliminates the need to get into, what feels like evaluating personal private business documents to determine how properties are being used makes people nervous, understandably so. And so that's kind of a threshold test in these applications that we're reviewing and has been difficult and obviously raises the level of the workload substantially for the assessor's office and for our office too. So,
And I think it was a wise move to kind of warn them last year and give them time. I think if we'd dropped the hammer last year, we'd have had a lot of tough situations.
Yeah.
So.
And we've been kind of chipping away at them, ones that are, clearly maybe some adjustments needed to be made sooner rather than later. We've kind of crossed those off, and now we're into those other properties that may or may not. I guess it's a little more. It is a little bit more gray. But and as I've said, and I want to give you, the tools too. If you're questioned, the motivation, the motivation entirely behind this is to evaluate the statute, make sure we're implementing it correctly, and in doing so, we're ensuring that everybody that's required to pay is paying their fair share, and there's no winners or losers or certain properties that are getting an advantage, a business advantage over another competing business that is paying full property taxes if there's been some commercial creep into the use of some of these properties. So that's the message that I've tried to stick to and deliver to the folks that call and talk to me about their concerns or questions, and recommend that you say something similar.
And a lot of people would like earlier, it was like, this is going to scare everybody. Yeah, it's first time kind of deal, but it gives you a
Right.
chance to adjust and.
I mean, if there's a partial or even a full assessment on these properties, it's a new expense that maybe they're not accustomed to. However, as you had mentioned earlier, we have a fairly low assessment rate here, and the actual cost hasn't been as significant as maybe they was fearful of. So.
Yeah.
I
Right.
am gonna take to IAC, the one on the low-income housing.
Mhm.
So if you guys think that we should, then I'm happy to try and take the one on the Church Camp Clarity through IAC also.
Yeah, because the methodology that we're using, as you've seen with our analysis early this morning, is that we're asking for calendars. The calendar really is to evaluate who is using the property during what periods of the year. Not something that is required under the law. It's just one of those things that we're using as a tool to try to say, and some people are just not comfortable giving us that information, and I understand. If they choose not to provide that information, then we will have to make a decision based on what we do have in the file. Those that are willing to share, we're looking at, is this consistent with the use that's required to qualify for the exemption or not. So.
I'm a little worried about them putting things on their calendar as we move forward, if that's what we're
Right.
using against them. So
Right.
it is something that
Right.
needs clarity.
It is frustrating that the law, you feel like the law kind of ties your hands. And I'm sure that's how they feel,
Mhm.
from history and now what's changed. So
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, and I think looking forward, the BOE calendar might be fairly busy this year based on the decisions that are being made now.
Oh,
so.
boy, that sounds fun.
it was last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah. Any further
Not as bad as
questions?
it could have been.
never
Legislature
know,
made some
surprise,
changes
surprise.
this year. That would have been terrible.
Right.
No, I don't think of anything else.
Okay, thank you all for what you do.
No.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, next one up, Sheriff. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. How are you folks today?
Brian.
Kind of wish it'd snow. I'm really tired of this hot heat.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Somebody escort him out.
Kick him out.
I'm telling you, it's just another day and the mosquitoes are gonna be out. That's
Right.
next.
I know. I'm ready for snow. So everything at the sheriff's office is going about the same. We do have some good news. I did get a report back from the Idaho Sheriff's Association on the jail standards inspection, and they passed with flying colors. There was no deficiencies at all. Said that the paint looked good, the facility was very clean, and the facility is very well maintained, is what the report shows. So
Good,
if
good.
you happen to see Lieutenant LaCroix or any of the staff over there, please thank them, because they really hustle to get this done, because this is
Yeah.
important for us to be able to bring those state inmates in. Without this piece of paper, it doesn't happen.
Doesn't
So
happen, that's right.
if you see them, just tell them thanks, because they really busted their tail on it, and they do on a daily basis. It's not just to get ready for this report. They just do it. They take pride in that facility, and I'm proud of them.
Mike knocks it out of the park.
Yes, yes, and his staff.
Yeah.
So so there's that. Everything else is, all the numbers are about the same. They've just been kind of ebb and flowing. One goes in, one comes out, one goes in, one comes out. As I stated earlier, the jail van is complete and back with us. The road department went through it. Lieutenant LaCroix is going through and going to do a walkthrough with all of his employees so they understand how everything works before we actually send them out on transport with it. But it's a very secure van. It came out
So is
very
it in the
nice.
Sally Port or is it here now? Or is it across?
Last I saw it was backed in over there, and I think
Okay,
I
I'll
don't
take a
see
look
over
at
there
it.
right now. So it may have gone into Sallyport for cleaning too. So,
I think it might
but
be on the end of it.
yeah, we'll once that is ready, we will go ahead and have a tour for you folks, because
Great.
it's pretty darn nice and secure. It can separate females and males in different classifications inside the van. So I think that's going to prove handy.
That's what we do with cows.
That's what people need for their kids.
We do it by height more than sex. but-
Right, right.
So Kevin, how did we do it in the past? Transporting,
We'd use what we call the Greyhound, the big Econoline van, and you'd like try to put females or males in the very back, depending on how many of each there were and physical stature of each, and put them in different sections of the van.
Oh, my goodness.
And there were also times that you just go, well, we're gonna run the van with males and the Durango with females, if we had to transport several of them.
Right,
So
right. So this is a whole lot more efficient.
It's
and safer.
way more efficient, way safer, and there's a physical barrier between them where you don't have to have a deputy between them.
Sure.
So I think it's gonna make everything a little safer. That's just kind of what we're strategically going for.
Good.
Other than that, as we have on my action item, the Forest Service agreement to be signed. That's for $10,000 at this point. Of course, the federal government's running under a CR, continuing resolution, and they have been for years. I just talked to Gina Jolly at the Forest Service, and it looks like we'll be maybe getting an addendum for an additional $10,000 coming up. So,
So do you have to guarantee so many hours of,
yes.
I couldn't find that. in the
Yes,
contract.
there's so many hours in the agreement, but we fly, especially with our backcountry division, we fly by that number. So
That's
it's
why I'm
not an issue.
questioning.
We've never had a problem meeting their hourly.
But it sounds like they're going to bat to get us more money because they realize that.
Yes.
But this is
Which is cool.
10,000 coming from us.
I'm sorry?
That's 10,000 coming from us to them.
No,
Is that
that's
correct?
10,000 from them coming to us.
Hold the other way.
Yes, yes.
To use our people for $10,000 worth.
And
Ah.
equipment and, yes.
My question was, why did we carry over so much from the year before?
That's what I asked, and it looks like Patty did not send an invoice, so I'm going to be doing that directly.
Okay, so they didn't get built.
Yeah, that was a lot of carryover there.
Yes.
Good to know.
So we'll be getting that amount of funding in. And
Okay.
then with our fingers crossed, hopefully an additional $10,000.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. We sign the Forest Service law enforcement contract.
Second,
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
I,
Aye, motion carries. Bring it with you.
Yes, sir. And then just one other thing before I go, just so the commission's aware, this whole week, we're doing a thing with Unplug and Play. It's a program through Toys for Tots that goes into all the elementary schools. Toys for Tots supports with a bunch of toys to get kids to try to play with something, board games other than digital equipment. So
Yeah.
we're involved with that all week too. So it's going to be fairly busy with being at the schools as well. So
is the ribbon on your badge for that young man who was killed?
yes, sir. And there's going to be several of us at that funeral tomorrow. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Come on up, Kim, and we'll sign that.
Kevin, we always had questions for Patty on the amount of this. You know, hopefully they do give us the other 10 because you guys are spending far more than that. Do you know, are their LEOs, are they able to actually write a ticket now?
Their LEOs can write federal tickets.
Only federal tickets.
They don't have state, just like we don't have federal authority. We have to call them if there's a federal crime.
Okay.
So if they write a federal ticket, what's that go through?
Boise, federal court.
Goes through Boise. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, so it's, that's why you never see them arrest anybody, because they literally have to bring them down to a federal hold facility in Boise.
Oh, my goodness.
And they,
So-
for some reason, they're, they always say the resource protection clerk. And so they're different areas with federal Forest Service, law enforcement are different. For some reason, they have a different mission. And here, they're like resource protection, they're looking under firewood, stuff like that. They don't do a lot of preventative and enforcement.
That's why I think we're out there a lot more than we think we are. So I know that Title III, you guys can get reimbursement for some of these expensive too. Patty didn't think that you actually overspent what this contract is. And I would question that. So it might just be worthy of, you know, trying to track it for a year to see how much time you guys are really spending on these patrols.
And
At
Just
$55 an
make sure you
hour,
send them a
that's
bill.
not really.
yeah, I'm glad we're getting what we're getting at this point. They keep talking about less and less with USDA and their funding as well. And so it's a,
And we'll see if we get Title III this year too. It's part of SRS. So,
a lot of conversations to be had with the federal government, I believe.
lots of
Will you do
issues.
that, please? Could you take that up and take care of that?
If Doug pays his taxes, we'll all survive.
There we go.
They took it right out of my account.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next one is treasurer, Johanna. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. How are you today?
Marvelous.
Good. All right, I've got a few things for you to update you on what my office is working on. We sent out the certified letters for tax deed last week, so we've actually seen a little flurry of activity on payments in that respect. We're down to 27 properties still on that list, and I expect that number to get smaller each day from now until the end of May. So still working hard on trying to contact and just work with people through that process.
Have you ever seen it get down to zero?
Oh, yes. We
Really?
had zero my first year. Last year, we ended up having my first year was zero. My second year, we had 2 properties that were anomalies. So it was like a survey error on the first one, and there truly was no owner. So it had to go through the tax deed process. And then the second one was a discrepancy from a overhanging roof of a shop building in a subdivision. So both of them were very odd, couldn't have been figured out. Last year was actually the first time that we had to take tax deed properties from someone. So anyway, the goal every year is zero. We just want to work with the property owners. We want to figure out a plan for them to get their property taxes paid and find solutions for them. So
Good.
yeah.
Johanna, one more question on that. You sent out the certified letters.
Yes.
Does that now make them have to pay all 3 years?
No.
When does that kick in?
That happens once the tax deed hearing happens,
Okay,
which that's
after tax
tentatively
deed.
scheduled for July.
Okay,
Let me get the exact date for you.
that's when the county takes the property.
That's when the county takes possession of the title of property, and then for the previous owner to redeem the property, they would have to pay all of the delinquent
Everything
taxes.
up, good, okay.
Yes. Yeah, so tentatively, our tax deed hearing date is scheduled for Monday, July 22nd at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So, and I say tentatively because there's 5 Mondays in the month of July, and I'm not sure which one you have decided to not hold a meeting on.
All of them.
All of them, okay. We'll just push that off to August then.
Yeah, we're just gonna go back to one.
All of
I knew I liked her for some reason.
I
gonna
think
go back to
BOE
one
is around
meeting a
that
month.
time, so, say that again?
We're gonna go back to one meeting a month. You guys
Okay.
run your own.
Which will last a week.
Yeah, you'll be here for 96 hours straight. All right, there's lots going on in the treasurer's office right now, but I think that some of the more important updates are Casey Mock is moving on to a different profession, and her last day is this Thursday, May 2nd. So we are going to have a farewell party for her on Thursday at 3 p.m. here at the courthouse. So everybody's invited to attend and wish her the best on her latest adventure.
Have you got somebody to replace her yet?
We are very close. We interviewed individuals last week. The clerk and I spent some time going through applications for the election coordinator position, which is a shared employee in my office, as well as candidates for the treasurer's office. We had a second follow-up interview this morning with someone who came in person, and they're looking like a very promising candidate. So
Awesome.
that individual, so I'm going to skip ahead on my list here. So that individual would not be able to start until the very end of May, last week of May. So due to staffing issues, the treasurer's office is going to adjust their hours, and we are going to be closed on Fridays from now to the immediate future until we are able to get somebody trained and in place and be able to staff the office all of those hours. So with just 2 of us, it's nearly impossible.
Yep.
So I've adjusted my hours on the website, and we've made signs for downstairs, and we'll be pushing information out to the community. But this is generally a pretty slow time for our office. So hopefully we'll be able to get ramped back up and get that individual trained. I don't want to leave a newly trained staff in the office alone for at least the first few months of employment. So
They're going to be on tax collection and shortly.
yes, during tax collection, we will not have the shortened hours. We'll make it work. Hopefully with the hiring of the elections coordinator position, also that will help us with the office hours coverage. But But at least for the month of May and into the near future, we are going to be closed on Fridays. If you have any questions about that or any members of the community who have concerns, feel free to send them my way and I'll do my best to work with them. So.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I do have an action item on the agenda today, and it is for that last tranche of ARPA dollars that we invested way back in November. It finally matured this last week, and it actually was our highest yielding investment. We made $29,850 off of this last one. So that money has been put to good work for us while we are waiting to spend it. As in the past, I'm bringing it to you today as an action item. I would not recommend that we invest it back out. I think that we've got plans to spend that money here in the near future. So my recommendation to you today would be to pull it back and to put it into the LGIP account and let it accrue further interest there.
Can you give us a rough amount?
Yes, that is $1,161,000.
Do I have a motion to reinvest that in the LGIP account?
Make a motion that we reinvest our funds into LGIP for 1.161.
A second.
Moved and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And is LGIP still over 5?
LGIP is 7.6 million currently.
No, I mean the interest rate.
Oh, yes, yes. It
Is
is,
this-
the month of March, which was the last month that closed, was over 5%. I don't remember the exact.
It's supposed to go up.
Yeah. The
But so is
Fed,
the mortgage rate too, so.
the Fed has been going back and forth.
Yeah.
They predicted that they'd start lowering the interest rate before the end of the year. Originally, they were saying three reductions in rate. The first one was supposed to have happened already, but it did not. So the market's kind of just still watching and waiting.
Inflation's too high.
So I did want to make one more comment regarding the ARPA money in the LGIP. The reason we've put it over there is because it earns great interest for us, but it's also available within 24 hours if we make the request to pull the money in the morning hours. I know that we have some large expenses coming up, but we're earning thousands of dollars of interest daily. So the longer I can keep it in that account, the better. If you could please provide me with 48 hours notice before you make any large payments on any upcoming purchases. I'll make sure that the money's there to cover the purchases, but I'd like to hold it in there as long as possible. So
The amount of interest we've accrued over, I don't know, last couple of years on ARPA, is that just accruing on top of what we have, or do you have a kind of a rough idea how much we've gained on interest?
I do have a rough idea. So the amount that we gained just in the MBS investments has been almost $300,000. That is not including what's been accrued in the LGIP account since we've started funneling money over there. I do have an exact number. I just did not pull it for the meeting today. We
also-
do track that separately. We keep it in a separate interest earning account than we do the other counties' idle fund interest.
So our
We
interest
also
is
paid
earning
out the
interest. I love it.
Yes,
Employees
yes.
last year, though. We took 159,000.
157,000 towards the employee bonuses. So we did
that's
spend
right.
that last December.
Hey, anything else for Johanna? Great job.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good week.
Do you need a motion to put that in?
Oh,
did
yes.
We already moved
Did we
that?
do them?
Did you make that
We already
motion?
did that.
Oh,
We did that.
Sorry.
All right. Thank
It's
you.
okay, that happens to me all the time, so. Okay, we're gonna move on down to department heads. Annette, come on up. Building department, not buildings and ground.
We're getting busier every day. We've got 77 permits issued, and I'd say at least 20 or more on the shelf. So we're getting there.
Wow.
Last year at this time, we only had 73, so we're right there.
You feel like you got enough inspectors?
For now, I'm hoping to get
So really
Gordon.
watch that and let us know if you start getting worried about that.
I think we're good right now, but I will. I'm gonna try to get Gordon certified come the fall. Just go from there.
What does that entail, a week or two of school?
It's a week, and then you take a class.
That'll
And he
be
might
awesome.
be able to do it without the school. It depends on how he wants to do it, so.
Should Perpetua get their permits, I think they're gonna start on Worm Lake on that thing right away. Is that just commercial? Will there have to be any kind of an industrial review on that, or will you be able to do that?
I gotta see how big it is and what it entails, but I might be able to do that one.
Do we still use the out-of-state company that you used to use once in a while to do those reviews?
On the large,
On the large ones?
bigger projects that I can't, like on the Gold Dust, I can't do that one because of the fuel and mostly
Just wanted to
storage
make sure.
buildings and maybe Perpetua, I don't know yet. I haven't seen anything on it.
Okay.
I do have the extension request, the third.
And I understand
extension.
this, these people have already got 200,000 into the project and they kind of wanted to stop for a while and raise funds.
Yeah,
I don't know how we can deny it if they're already
yeah, we can't. They've
that deep into
updated
it.
their engineering to the new codes. They've done everything they're supposed to do. So, and it looks like, you know, they may be able to get it done this.
Are they just building out of pocket? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I understand then.
But there comes a point when you gotta say, finish the project. This has been going on for quite a while, so.
Well, my concern was they have not received inspections yet on framing and trusses.
Well, they can't because they got to get their state sign-offs first. Their electrical, HVAC, and plumbing. So they're working on that now. And then they, because they supersede us, we have to get that done.
Okay.
And then we can do the frame and trusses.
So they know they have to do that then.
Right.
So I need a motion to approve that extension.
So do we want to put in there some kind of a time deadline? I mean.
We've tried
gotta-
that and it doesn't work very well.
We also have buildings around the county that have never been finished and they're eyesore in subdivisions. So it's
My
like,
opinion on that one is if we tell them they have to finish it and they can't, they're gonna finish it anyway without inspections. I don't know that, but that's what could happen.
okay.
And it's about the safety of it, you know.
Well, that's, and I agree with that. It behooves us to make sure, even if we extend it, we gotta have control over that, make sure it is safe.
Mhm.
I agree with you on that part.
I mean, I understand it. And it looks like from his timeline, he should be close to done this year.
Good.
We
I'll
can
make-
mention it in it though.
I'll make a motion that we approve the extension request of BP number 2019-0254.
I'll second.
A motion to second to extend EP, what was it, 254, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
I told
motion
him I did it
carries.
reluctantly.
We'll write him a little note.
There is concern that this would be the final, so. make sure.
Kind of what Sherry brought up, have we heard any more about the state shoving that inspection process, the HVAC, plumbing, electrical into the counties? I know that was an idea here a while back, but
Right, I've done some research into it. I know it's available.
It's a law that we can do it if we choose to do it.
They,
Right.
we'd have to figure out how to fund it first.
And
they
it's
just allow us to.
Right.
And that would be
Haven't-
something that we could, I don't know how that would work if you grabbed a few counties together.
It would be more employees, I know that. More
Sure it would.
training.
'Cause I know the guys that work up here, you know, they do Valley County, Adams County. Don't know if they go into Idaho County. I know they go all the way up to Whiteburg.
Do you have any idea what the city of McCall and city of Cascade do?
They let the state do it.
Oh, yeah, cities all let the state do it.
I have talked to Mike a little bit about it and did a little bit of research. I'm not done with it, but I just gotta see if it would pay off or not.
It'd have to be sustainable.
Well, and the way to do that is, you know, the number of permits times the dollar for the permit fee to see how much money you raise. There's a lot of math that goes into it,
Right.
but I'm hoping it's not gonna end up like the labor department where they're just gonna say it's yours and walk away. Now
Me
we gotta
too.
really jump.
Like, and a better, would be a better opportunity for all of us if McCall and Cascade were interested in sharing somebody and do it as a regional approach here, which is kind of like Neil's saying, but, you know, all of us do it together,
Mhm.
make it more cost effective for everybody, but.
You know, and then do those guys live in Valley County? Do they come up from down below?
I think some live in, I'm
I
not sure
know
if it's Valley County or Adams. but
Kevin
they live-
used to live here in Valley County for the electric, but I don't know about the plumbers.
Uh, Electrical, one lives in Whitebird, one lives in Council right now.
Yeah,
What about the plumber, you know?
Plumbers, I have no idea.
I'm not sure on that one. An old plumbing inspector used to live, over on, Badger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And HVAC, I believe, is
It's, yeah.
up here too.
Mhm. So they're scattered around, I guess.
So what you might want to think about down the road is an RFP or like on a contractual basis or something like that.
Oh, well,
I don't know,
That's
get the
just-
cities to throw in with you and.
Yeah, the state's having a real hard time keeping people because, well, they won't, they're professional people that have decided to be inspectors. They pay a minimal amount. I mean, they don't even,
Yeah, the salaries.
I don't even know if they've got up to $20 an hour with these guys, and they're dropping like flies.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, have a
Thanks.
great day.
You too.
Court services text, and she's not able to come in, so we'll go to extension. Allison, come on up. Is this your new treasurer?
My trusty sidekick, our 4-H assistant.
Yeah.
And then more 4-Hers on the way.
This one will be the new treasurer.
Training them in, they can't ever leave. Good morning, Commissioners. So just some brief updates. We just did swine weigh-in. We weighed in 29 pigs this year.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's just always so impressive. You know, we don't breed animals up here, so they go and source their animals from different counties and go on this journey to learn how to raise livestock. And Ali and I will be attending a national positive youth development education series. It's online. We'll be doing that next week. We had a very productive horse advisory board meeting last week. I visited both McCall High School and Cascade High School. There were opportunities to deliver college scholarship information to them, including the Valley County Community Scholarship.
Junior college?
Mhm.
Good.
Just
good,
to help get that out there a little better, that that's
good,
available.
Good, good,
So,
good.
yeah. Rita helped me print out the application part of it, too, residency. And then we have our, AmeriCorps in McCall, Amy, and she's gone to the Community Youth Advisory Board consecutively for 6 times to work with the youth there at the high school. She's working through the elementary school, planning and executing after-school STEM programs. At the Donnelly Elementary, she's helping Aaliyah with, we have a very large, small youth Cloverbud program, ages 5 to 7. I think we're somewhere in the 40s there on those kids between Donnelly and Cascade. And they bring kids from McCall too. It's a neutral place in
Is
Donnelly.
that all the ones with the baby chickens?
Yes, we have a baby chicken explosion. Yes, we do. And ducks. It's going to be, and a bearded dragon.
Yeah, we got a bearded dragon.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
Anything to learn how to take care of something and be responsible, right? We start somewhere. So,
Dragon?
but Amy is also a member of the McCall Public Art Committee, and she's been providing more programs for the McCall Public Library. She'll be their intern and helping them this summer so that we can work with youth from there. She's completed a 3x4 canvas for Valley County watershed design to kind of show and indicate the water. It came out, it was a really great.
That was hers. That was really
was
cool.
her.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wondered where they got that.
Yeah. See, we're all connected there. So that's how that works. And then we're working with a Strengths Challenge. It's kind of a way for younger youth to identify where their strong suits are, a way to start somewhere with their process of how to write on applications what they're best at and to work towards. So that's kind of a neat training. And then I'm going to pass it over to Elise.
Is Sylvia doing that for you?
I'm sorry?
Is Sylvia Ryan doing that for you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
awesome.
Mhm.
Really
It's
fun.
a super great tool.
It is.
Great for that
Yeah,
age group.
It really is.
We'll see if I can get through this without losing my breath. So I've been working on marketing for our fair book and creating templates, not just for the 4-H program, but for Fair Board also. And then we've also been working on the monthly county newsletter. We now have 111 active members in our program this year and 24 active adult volunteers. So that's our project leaders and resource leaders. Donnelly Clover Bud's still on Tuesday. We have 13 there. Heather Hayes with BSU actually still has grant money left over from a program that she did. So she's coming up May 7th and going to teach on bird identification. And she's going to put little laminated birds in the trees, and they can walk around with binoculars and learn how to band all the birds. Thursdays, we're still doing the STEM program at the Cultural Arts Center. Thursday on May 9th, they're doing a theater performance in Donley. And then we also are wrapping up this year. We're doing a junior livestock and horse superintendent program down at the fairgrounds for our older teen members to get them more involved and take more ownership in the program and stuff at the fairgrounds. So we have a lot of youth interested. We're just waiting on applications for that. But they all seem to be a little preoccupied. But hopefully we'll get those by May 15th and then we'll get it all figured out.
Wait until the last minute.
Yeah.
Always.
It's high schoolers, so yeah. But that's it.
Good.
And then Melissa did some programming with Master Gardeners on Saturday, so she had a really big weekend. So I just
One quick question. You said here a couple weeks ago there was 16 steers, and today 29 pigs. How many sheep?
We don't know yet.
We don't know. I have 24 youth, I believe. No, one pulled out because he said the sheep and a steer was too much, which I'm glad. But I think
Somewhere around 24.
Yeah, yeah, about 24. And then goats, I think 8 or 10.
We have
Awesome.
turkeys.
Big fair.
We have turkeys.
Perfect.
Big fair coming. All right, thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Let's see. I don't see Jeremy in the audience, so
you missed
oh,
Mike.
Mike's first. Sorry, Mike. Come on up.
Mike's going, wait a minute.
We're all skipping around
My
today.
turn.
Perfectly okay. I brought treats for you.
Perfectly okay.
Treats. Is it chocolate?
Paper.
Oh, man.
Thought you might like a look at your organization.
Oh, very good.
Flower surveys. Oh,
Very good. Here's your chain of command right here.
I think I have it, for the most part, structured properly. Anyway, I'm a visual person, so having an org chart always makes it easier for me to see what's going on where.
I love it. There's only 4 pink boxes, which are the vacant.
Flip the page over.
Oh. I just look
There's
on
the
one
rest.
side.
There's the rest. I do have quite a few vacancies that I'm recruiting for right now. Good news is we have filled a number of positions and we're in the process of filling a number more right now. We've gone ahead and filled the inventory specialist position for the road department. We were lucky enough to find somebody working in the clerk's office that was interested in that. So we made that move. So
Yay.
Jeff's got someone in there finally, which of course opens up an opportunity in the clerk's office that we're recruiting for beyond the elections coordinator as well. But as Mr. Miller said, we're optimistic on the elections coordinator. We do have a name in mind. We're just hoping we can make some partnership there with them. As Johanna also said, she is very close to pulling the trigger on some offers in her department over there. I don't want to spoil anything there. That's her process that she's working through. And we've got a DMV clerk starting with us next week downstairs. That's a very lucky find there that we found someone with 10 years of DMV experience from down in Boise who just happened to relocate up here. A couple
10
of
years
months back.
experience?
10 years of experience. in the
Well,
DMV,
that's awesome.
right? That was an easy fill. I
Huh.
can tell you that.
And they've
Also-
they've already relocated up here?
Relocated up here and just happened to be looking for work, and we suddenly popped out a DMV clerk job, and she's like, well, I know DMV work.
Oh, my goodness.
So it was like, she's going to be about as push button as there is once she gets here next week.
Cool.
Nice.
The only other thing I've got to report on is that the Cascade School last week had a job fair up there for the young kids. They were bringing anybody from 6th grade through seniors coming through. Had a great turnout of employers up there. So I was there representing the county. The sheriff's office had a very large presence there as well. The 4-H extension group was also there manning a booth. We had every military recruiter you could possibly think of was up there, and a number of other local and employers down in the valley were up there as well. And I don't know how many kids ran through there, all of them, I think. But anyway, it was a real fun event. And they had the kids challenging us with little booklets they were going around, and they'd ask us questions about, well, what's your favorite thing about working for Valley County and stuff like that. So
Love it. That's
anyway,
awesome.
it was great. Lieutenant LaCroix and I are going to get together and see if maybe we can coax the McCall Donnelly School District into doing something similar. So
Great.
other than that, my hope is to try to work on those pink boxes on that org chart in front of you this week and try to get some more names in here.
Well, I really appreciate this, and this will be easy to update.
Oh,
change as
absolutely.
People come and go.
I've actually had it for quite a number of months. I just never had any paper to print it off on. So I finally got some paper.
It's the little things.
Yeah, right.
It's the
It is the
little
little things that keep progress from happening sometimes.
Yes, Mr. McFadden.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you reminding me. Jeff has an employee, and this is something that came up. He and I had a conversation about this individual, and I said I would expand the conversation up to the commissioners. He has an employee who works or is a member of the National Guard, which means he has his 2 days a month, 2 weeks a year that he gets called up for. The 2 days a month are typically on a weekend, doesn't have any kind of an impact with us here. However, the 2 weeks a year comes up, and the question is, does the employee have to use their PTO when they go do this service? They do get paid by the National Guard, but the employee was wondering, can I take it leave without pay from us so that I could save the PTO? Or should we here at the county implement something like the state has, where they basically, as a reward to those employees who are in the Guard or the reserves, that they basically provide them with paid time to go attend that military service it's typically down in the Boise area.
I totally think it should be paid service. Those
Mike, I
guys
know
are-
we have policy on this. I can't remember, but it seems like they get paid by the Guard, so we don't have to worry about it. And it's just like a skip in there.
Basically so, as I believe.
There's no change in their employment or anything.
And we
like
can
that.
do that certainly. And in this particular situation, the employee was hoping to save his PTO.
Is that how you remember?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do believe that there was policy that was approved by the commissioners, and I feel it might be in our handbook. Did you happen?
I looked through it, Doug. I
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
find anything in there.
This is something we
And,
need to run by Oki
Never.
and see.
oh, we
Well,
could.
We've talked about this years ago in the past, and we felt like, I know we made policy, but where it went, I have no idea.
Anyway, my thought was I would just kind of I'm not looking for an answer on anything here today. I wanted to just start the conversation of veterans working for the county. We've already got quite a bit of preference that we provide to them. We provide them veterans preference in employment. Obviously, if we had anyone in the Guard or the reserves and they got called up to active duty, we keep their job available for them, and it's here for them when they come back. This is a little different situation, though. It's specifically for that 2 weeks a year that they have to get called up to go do that annual training.
Okay.
What do we allow for them? And at the very least, I would recommend that we allow them the option on their PTO, whether to use it or not,
I don't
because
think
they do
have to
get
use
paid.
I don't think they have to use their PTO, in my opinion. I mean, these guys are serving our country.
I agree.
It was just like a skip in their
Yeah.
service for 2 weeks, and
Right.
nothing changed.
Or do we
But
want to
do we
allow
really-
them military pay? Is
Yeah.
what the state would do, is they would say, even though you may get paid by the Guard, they would provide 130 hours, I believe is what the state offers, of military pay to anybody. They have to bring in a copy of their orders, saying how long it's going to be and when it's going to be.
So can you my apologies for
Oh, it's okay.
interrupting you. Can you look at the policy number 7, Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act? Veterans who are called to active duty are protected under USE.
Yeah.
Would that pertain?
USERRA is a federal law that all employers have to follow, and that is the one that says if they ever get called up to active duty, we have to keep their job available.
But would their 2 weeks be considered active duty? I'm sorry to interject here.
No, it's okay. I'd have to take a look at that, Mr. Miller, and just confirm exactly what that spells out. I know it doesn't require us to pay anybody.
Right.
The
question I think we've got right now is revolving around, do we want to provide them any kind of compensation for it while they're there, but not force them to use their PTO? At the very least, like I said, requiring them to use their PTO when they would just as soon bank it for another time, because that's 2 weeks of PTO. For some of these newer employees, that's almost everything they're going to save.
Cindy or Jeff, do you guys remember that employee we did? I think it was around 14 or 2015. And I know we talked about if they only made 50% on their 2-week call, we would cover the other 50% as a salary, but I don't know if.
And we don't have that many, Commissioner.
No, we don't, but
about,
I can't guarantee. that.
And so quite honestly, this would be a benefit that the cost would be almost zero to the
Almost zero,
county,
right.
no matter what we did. It would be a zero cost benefit. And as Commissioner Moppin said, these folks are serving their country. And so whatever we can do, also, if we can do anything to encourage people to either join the Guard or the Reserves while they work for us, or if they're in the Guard or the Reserves, encourage them to come work for us, I think it's win-win all around.
Well, I
And it
think-
is because if they're called up for their 2 weeks, this isn't a choice they have. It's part of their agreement with the Guard.
Absolutely.
And so they get paid for those 2 weeks. What they get paid is usually, at least when I was in service, was pretty minimal.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we should be looking at
I'd be.
picking up that offset.
Yeah, because we had somebody come in with a wife and a new baby, and they need that same salary that he was getting at the county, and I know we talked about it, but
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners,
I can't remember.
what I do show, here's in that section, it says, if you take military leave for less than 30 days during a 1-year period, you will be paid the difference between military and Valley County pay.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
It
either.
helps.
That's what you were asking.
That's what we're talking.
And that's a county policy?
That's a county policy. It is in subsection C, the Uniformed Services Employment section.
Thanks for finding that, Doug.
That way they're not being penalized for being gone for 2 weeks.
Especially families.
Yep.
Hey,
Okay, I'm looking into it. That's all I
anything
have.
else? That's good.
So Mark used his PTO for his 2 weeks a couple months ago, and he hasn't even been here a year. So he's out of PTO.
So he should get that back.
How do I reinstate that?
You need to go, I guess, talk to Mike and Gabby and add it back in.
We'll have a conversation, see what we can do.
He should also gotten whatever the difference is in the salary. Make sure that you talk to her about that as well.
Okay.
He used his PTO for military service?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, well, you gotta use your PTO, but he came back from the training and went, "Now for the next year, I don't have any time to take off because I just used my 2
No,
weeks.
it's not supposed to work that way.
Okay, yeah, no.
That's what made me go to Mike and
Okay.
start this whole thing.
Yeah, work with Mike and Gabby and get that fixed.
We will.
Hey,
Thank you, Mike.
who's next? Jeremy. Good morning.
Ooh, you had your ears lowered.
Who's this person?
Ready for spring?
Morning, Jeremy.
Ready for
Good morning.
springtime.
Pretty quick and easy. I'm thinking about, I heard that we put in an offer on the Maritidal building.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm thinking about what we might need.
Good.
If and when it closes, I'm just kind of thinking of some preliminary things. If and when it closes, I'll need to go in there and do a full assessment and see what exactly I'm working with and looking at. And I know that we have a little bit of time. It sounds like their lease has to be honored until January, February, so now we get a little bit of time to.
It's only
work some
one
of this stuff
side.
out, so.
The other side could be available in a couple weeks, so.
But if they're,
You
yeah,
might
if we're
wanna
gonna
come
move
in at-
anybody in the meantime, then.
Come in at 2:30 on that discussion because there's gonna be a lot of those little things that we need to talk about. That's when we're
Okay, today at
finalizing that.
2:30?
Mhm. There's a lot of things that we gotta talk about.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we probably would just put a matter for the upcoming agenda, so we have a significant amount of time to discuss some of those things.
Okay.
I don't know if you.
Yeah, anyway,
Doug, I'm not gonna be here next week. If we could do that on the 13th.
okay, I'm glad you're looking at that.
Yeah, starting to think about some things. Either this Friday or next Friday. I can't remember now. That company's they got those new microphones in. They're gonna come up and install those and do some work on that. So got that coming.
So will that make those speakers out there work? That are in the ceiling?
As far as I know, the speakers work.
Well, we've been having so much trouble with it. We only hear this off of that, off his computer. We're
We
not
still have
hearing
a
it.
problem with Zoom.
We're not hearing it
Getting
up
the right
there.
Audio on Zoom.
Oh, that's probably just need to select the right audio output.
When we looked at that last time, when we selected the one that we normally did, they couldn't hear us online. So we need you to look at that and make sure that's working. Thanks
Okay.
for that reminder.
Yeah, the next time you have an online meeting, let me know and I'll.
I have a ticket in.
Sorry?
I have a active ticket in from this morning that I put in.
Oh, okay.
Just to let
I'm working through finalizing my some of my budget numbers. I've met with all the department heads and elected officials, and got anything that may have needed, and so I'll set up another meeting with Clerk Miller before the budget discussions with you guys in July and August, and make sure that I get all that finalized. And then also another thing working on and thinking about is the road department shop move. I sat in on on one of the planning meetings last week to make sure that we got cabling in reasonable locations, and that they build me a little closet to put my networking equipment and all that kind of stuff. So I'm involved in those conversations to make sure nothing goofy happens.
Jeremy, I know this sound like a weird question, but does Idaho Power require broadband if they put in a substation? I'm assuming.
I don't know if
they do.
Idaho Power does. We're gonna put in broadband. I'm in
Well, I'm
talks
just
with-
thinking maybe between the two of us, we could put in a lot of broadband there, because I think they use a lot of online controls for power substations.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, the Idaho Power. I don't know about the Idaho Power side. I know. I've engaged Ziply. They have fiber on that street, and so part of the construction of the company or Jeff's folks, they're gonna trench a conduit out to the street so we can get fiber into the new shop.
And then Jeff, you're grinding that street this year, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that before we grind it.
Yeah, I think they're on the other side of the street, so I think he could probably grind it. I think they're just gonna probably tunnel underneath it.
Okay. Good, good.
And then, yeah, that's about it. Looking at some software options for a few folks for the CIP stuff, and
And then the thermostats, I think we paid for those and they're on their way, I assume, or they're here.
yep, the courthouse. I haven't talked to Scott yet, but I've talked to him a little bit. But the courthouse Wi-Fi is almost completely done, so they can actually start in the courthouse if they want. And then we're gonna move to the sheriff's office, and then eventually the jail. That's kind of the direction we're moving. But yes, I've got all the networking equipment. The Wi-Fi stuff is in place in the courthouse here on all three, 2.5 floors.
So Sunbelt's can install those, is that correct?
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly as far as that part goes. I'm sure that Scott can let you know. But yeah, as far as the networking goes, yeah, it's ready to go in the courthouse, so they can start working on this building if they want to.
Cool. Well, think you're on top of it.
Yep, trying to be.
Any more questions for Jeremy? Good. All right. Nice haircut too,
All
by
right,
the way.
thanks.
Cinda.
Here comes Smiley.
Yeah. So we're busy. Phones keep ringing. We have about 336 short-term rentals. We have quite a few extension requests. And then McGregor PUD has been scheduled for June 10th.
Is that's already gone through P and Z?
Yes.
And so we're getting a win?
June 10th at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
And what's that one?
Excuse me?
What one is that?
McGregor Townsite PUD.
Yeah. Hey,
Did you happen to talk to your commission about the Donnelly comp plan?
I put it on the agenda.
Okay, so you haven't got there yet.
No.
Okay.
No, I have to schedule it first. put it on the soonest agenda we could. And I believe that's June 12th.
Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Laxon.
Mr.
Good
Laxon.
morning.
A little bit better than yesterday. I woke up with 5 inches of snow on my truck. I was at that
Where
Island
were
Park
you?
meeting.
You're at Island Park.
And yeah, I got up early thinking, gosh, I'm gonna go get a couple cups of coffee, hit the road, and I walk. Oh, come on.
Glad I wasn't here, that's all I can say.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Just-
man, yeah.
Anyway, we're moving forward with all of our maintenance. You know, we've got there was a little bit more than we expected, but that's okay. It was a tough year on some of the equipment because of the ice. Pulling winter signs, putting up summer signs, inspections on our summer facilities, inspections on winter facilities, just getting all that done. As you know, we're going to have a new PET supervisor as of Wednesday, and it'll be a temp. It'll be Kevin Knesk. Yeah, Knesk. I think Commissioner Mopin knows him.
And I did ask Kevin, what the deal was, and they have identified the replacement. So he's going to be there pretty shortly.
Yeah, he's their temp. Yeah, and I haven't heard anything on it permanent yet. We also had the facilitator for the PFC resigned. So we have a steering committee meeting on Wednesday to make a discussion on. We've got some suggestions on who to hire to be the facilitator for that.
We Tom Paul stepped down?
Excuse me?
Was it Paul that stepped down?
Paul had some family issues that he had to take care of. I would say Paul is really stepping up to take care of some responsibilities that I admire him for. He likes doing the facilitating, but he's going to take care of family.
Good.
I admire the man for that. You guys have, I sent you guys the lot fund that we're going to apply for. We were asked to break that down rather than just ask for a large sum, break it down that way in case they don't get much through lot funds this year, they can help us out still.
That was 10,000 each parking lot, wasn't it?
No, we went 3,000 Greengate, 5,000 Brush Creek, 5,000 Francie Wallace, and it's a total of 13,000, which is the same we asked for last year, and we're just under the scoring. So hopefully we'll be above the scoring level and receive some funds on that this year. So at the ISSA board meeting, the main topics ended up being, of course, a lot of land issues, access issues, critters, a lot of critter talk. IDL was there, and it seems like the IDL conversation of this, as we have, is the same IDL conversation that's going around all over the state right now. Nobody's quite sure the direction they're moving in. The other things were, of course, membership, bringing younger people in, fundraising, and the big topic for me that I was there for was search and rescue funds. They're using less than 50% of the search and rescue funds that the ISA or that snowmobilers provide. And so we're going to look at that and possibility of changing legislation and putting $1 back into the grooming funds. But we'll see after we do the audit on it.
Yeah, because most of the search and rescue stuff's out of Title III.
Yes, yeah, but there is legislation for if it's a snowmobile related search, then they can be reimbursed out of this fund.
Take Title III away, then we'll be coming back asking for this.
Yeah, there is all that.
Well, Larry, if it's not search and rescue, can they put $1 toward EMS?
Wow. You know, it's funny you should mention that. I recommended, though, that they put the $1 towards a grant to purchase access or parking lots for all users. But that decision will happen after they decide that, and that'll happen in November. But that's kind of because you and I had talked a little bit about that possibility of having a fund for the counties to buy access and to purchase parking lot. Because property issues, that's access is the big thing right now.
Oh, yeah.
This weekend is Idaho Expo, the Idaho, everything related to Idaho down at the fairgrounds. I'm trying to talk my way out of that, but I think I'm going to go down and help at that booth for a little bit.
That's actually a pretty neat thing to go through.
That's what I heard, and I've never done it before. And I thought, oh gosh, what a bore. And then I've talked to a few people and said, no, this is really good.
It
You
is.
need
They
to
have
go
a
down
lot
to
of
that.
fun toys down there.
Yeah. I was listening this morning, as far as the CIP, we have not, so CIP commitments that we have not spent because we really don't know if we receive the projects. There's quite a few projects. The turkey track, the skid steer and trailer, Clear Creek, and there was one other, but I guess what I'm trying to say, we'll know that by the middle of next month, whether we got all those IDPR grants and that ORFAC grant. So then we'll know where we're going on all that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Larry, those dollars have been committed by the commissioners out of ARPA.
Okay, yeah, that's
Not-
fine.
Not,
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that those are still hanging out. I don't like hanging stuff. I like things done, crossed off and finished, and they're not yet. I wish they were. Any questions?
About the one, the snowmobile parking area that's up high going toward Brundage.
Titus?
Titus.
So the Titus parking lot is, that project is up in the air because we're having a discussion over Wolverines. Even though,
Oh, my goodness.
well, the discussion's going in a good way because Fish and Wildlife has not, they're the ones that have to decide on how that critter is treated. They have not sent anything back to the forest. The forest can't do anything about it at this point.
The one agency waiting on another.
We're waiting for that, yes.
I had an interesting conversation on Friday with the head of the Utah delegation that actually works on the resource management plans.
Mhm.
So to tell you how important these plans are, that division at their governor's office now has 11 attorneys fighting the Forest Service on everything that they have are trying to change illegally. So Utah is suing the Forest Service, and
Yeah.
they have 11 different attorneys.
Wow.
So
Oh my
that's why these
goodness.
plans are so critical. We had great conversation, great information to move forward on this.
Yeah, I noticed that, I got an email, I think it was yesterday, on Sunday, that Utah is challenging the BLM's decision on the BLM land, which is really good. I've read that. That BLM stuff they got to start all over again, and I think they will. So, and as I shared at the meeting with the ISSA, I was really impressed with the letter that came out of the governor's office from the Office of Species Conservation that they sent to Fish and Wildlife. I read that one, and then I read the Montana stuff, and I thought Idaho did a really good job on that out of that office. And now we'll see if we're going to end up in a lawsuit there.
So as legalese that comes out of the office like that is, I mean, this is from lawyers. This is put together that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and they get some help from a few, like the Idaho Recreation Council and Lands Group and stuff like that. But they really did put together a good letter. And the last comment I got from back in Washington D.C. was that we're not going to see anything until 25. So it's just gonna.
Well, I just read the other day where they put 9 grizzlies in Washington this last week.
Say that again.
Introduced 9 grizzly bear into Washington.
Yes,
Forest last week.
northern, yeah.
And the next step is Frank
Brilliant.
Church Wilderness in Idaho.
Yeah, well, I think some of the comments are, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be on hold because there's a potential monuments that are going to come out. You know, we're into that last part of an administration, and usually when that does happen, there is monuments that come out of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then that changes everything.
Thank you, Representative Simpson.
Well,
Yeah.
the mature old growth, Utah's also looking at that and identifying specific trees instead of landscapes.
Yes.
Because what they think is, and Larry has said it too, but these landscapes, they're trying to make wilderness out of this by declaring them old growth forests.
Mm-hmm.
So the Utah is suing to identify specific strand or specific species,
That's
not just a
awesome.
landscape.
And you look at an old growth cottonwood and an old growth fir. I know you've got 100-year difference and
Yeah.
a lot of different
They're doing the
species.
same thing with recommended wilderness in Idaho. The Roadless Commission deals with that a lot. this is what we want to be wilderness in the future, but only Congress can designate wilderness.
Only Congress can designate. That conversation came up with some of the Forest Service people this weekend. And we couldn't get a straight answer, and that was over, they opened up some potential wilderness areas for recreation. And I asked, is that still recommended wilderness? Because is it recommended wilderness or is it primitive? Because there's, like you
There's
just
a
said,
primitive
exactly.
classification.
We can get rid of
recommended
recommended wilderness and go to the primitive classification and get a lot more control of the land than we can with this generic, maybe yes,
Yeah,
maybe no thing.
Yeah,
And we need to move on.
we call it limbo land.
Limbo land.
We're gonna have a
Pretty
lot
darn
of this
good.
coming up.
Nobody knows what.
I'm glad to know you guys are having that conversation because that is some problem we need to solve
That's
soon.
huge overreach, huge overreach.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mackenzie Castor wanted Larry to present the request to actually have the commissioners vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lots
Yes.
of-
Oh, you need a motion for the lot grant, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're
Somebody
not
else-
Sorry, I thought
signing
we
it, just
didn't
to
do
let us move
So I'd
forward.
entertain a motion if we want to go for the lot grants for those 3 parking lots.
I'll make that motion to approve the lot grant application, Green Gate, Brush Creek, and Francie Wallace parking lots.
A second.
Move to second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. And
Bada
just,
boom.
Kenzie is doing an incredible job.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she is.
We just need to figure out how to, I don't know, cut an ear off and plant one so we can get 2 Kenzies.
You
We've
wanna
already
see
had
your
that
ear?
discussion.
No, and if you've ever seen the picture she has on Facebook of her holding the shark up, no.
You don't want to challenge her.
See you guys, thank you.
Mara is out ill today.
Mara's out ill, so we're going to move on down. I need a 5-minute break, and then Scott, you want to come up? Can you mute us, Doug and Tully?
Sure.
Back on?
Chairman, we're back on.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're gonna keep on going on our agenda. This is Village and Grounds. Scott, come on up. Oh, Mark's here.
Actually, should be an action item on there. If you
We got
wanna
an action item today.
address that first.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Let's go ahead and do that.
You guys want to come up? Have you guys reached an agreement or what
Yeah,
are we doing?
we have, we're Oki and with Mark and stuff, and what we've kind of feel is middle ground and fair to everybody is we'll do a 5% rate increase
For the rest of this year,
starting March 1st.
starting March 1st.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I guess sorry to interrupt. I guess my answer to, I didn't officially answer Mr. Oki's letter. I just went down and made sure we were taking care of all the things that he addressed in that letter. And I think Scott would vouch for us on all of the reporting and the visiting and all the stuff that we weren't doing is now being done and up to snuff. I just asked that if we looked at meeting halfway, I guess, on this, the 3% is in the contract from October on that we didn't get. And of course, we've already talked about me not going about the right way or getting that on the agenda back then. I just asked that maybe we could do this in January for a number of reasons. Our billing's quarterly, so doing it in March is the third month of the first quarter. That's one thing. And two, it really is halfway. If we looked at January compared to October to where we sit now, it's actually a little less than halfway.
We
So
could
that's my
do
only-
April. We could do April. That's the start of your second billing period.
This is true. I'd much rather like March than April. I just asked for January just for kind of meeting halfway.
We kind of agreed on March when we talked on the phone, so it starts March 1st. So we're going to do.
Well, and more importantly, what are we doing for this next cycle? Because we're already starting budget. So is this now from March through the end of September and something
Yes,
new is in
so, yeah.
October?
Yes.
So you guys
we'll-
are already talking about next year's adjustment then?
Yeah, we'll get started on that.
Okay.
I think I've already with my first budget meeting with Clerk Miller. I've already figured in this plus additional. So
Did you also figure in some money towards that regional landfill?
no,
Because I think we're going to need some kick-in money there too.
We can do that one during his budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't let us forget.
yeah, okay.
I do have one request.
Mhm.
Can we fill in that big dip that's up there up on top? My trailer drags right through that dip when I come through there.
So, yeah, they have a little bit more to haul out off the top. We met with Mr. Kleeman about, should be hauled off here in the next few weeks, and then, yeah, they're gonna fix a lot of that up there.
That's good. That's a heck of a dip.
Yeah, that was when we went up there. It's not quite where that came from in the road out there, but I know it's kind of difficult for anybody hauling back to the metal pile or even the C&D pile, anything beyond. So it's affecting the C&D, the metal, and the concrete getting to it.
So Scott, by doing this now,
Mhm.
do we need to make an adjustment in the transfer site fees? I mean, how is this going to be adjusted since it wasn't in the budget?
I think as far as what affects me, I believe I have enough in my budget for the long haul stuff to cover it. The only one that's going to go over budget is the recycle center because that was figured right at the cost per month and there was no additional money in it. So
Have you been getting any revenue off that recycle? Have you seen that?
yeah, we just saw. I got a notification we should be receiving an $8,000 check for that.
Probably for cardboard.
Just from recycling.
Yeah.
So
And Mark, I wanted to ask you too, you understand we're in talks with Idaho County about this regional landfill. Have you heard about that? I'd just like to know your feelings about how you guys feel turning right at New Meadows instead of left and.
I guess just the first thing that comes to our mind is pulling those heavy trailers up that hill.
Whitebird?
Yep. And the fact that it takes a little bit longer. Right now, we push the limits of DOT laws with our 2 rounds to Payette, what a driver can do in a day. And this is gonna limit us to being able to do 1 per day. So whether we get another truck and another guy or whatnot.
My dad
My
used to-
understanding, we're a few years out on this, so.
Yeah, I
we
would
have time
guess.
to work through
Yeah.
those things, but
But I think it's fair that we warn you that this is coming down the pike.
it sounds like it's gonna be great for the
My
county.
dad, I could hear my daddy say, well, just get up earlier.
If the DOT would let me drive for 14 hours a day, I would, no problem. My guys would want to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've also been notified by Payette that they're gonna increase our tipping fees over there. So
Mhm.
our costs are gonna go up there, you know, we're gonna try and mitigate that by doing something different in the future.
When does that kick in, do you
They
know?
haven't notified us an actual date nor the amount, just that they're
Yeah.
doing the full research right now. to
Usually
make
that comes
happen.
in so you can set it in your budget for the next year. It doesn't start till October.
Correct. That's what
Usually.
I've heard too.
But-
Luckily, Payette, Peak is probably one of the lower cost landfills in the entire state. So, I mean, they're long overdue for a little bit of an increase there. I pay 32 a ton at Ada. And they just raised Pickles Butte out in Canyon County.
Did you get Mountain Home open yet?
No.
I think Mountain Home's still closed, isn't it?
It will probably never open again.
So there was been talks about an acquisition, somebody purchasing it and trying
Yeah.
to do this, and that all got stalled with all of this legal stuff that they're going through, so.
Wow. So on our rate schedule, everything regarding the recycling center has been marked out. So,
No.
That's what we were
no,
doing,
it's-
Cascade
no,
Valley, McCall.
That's, it's
No,
on
no.
exhibit
the exhibit
F.
E,
The reason I struck that through is because we don't do it the way, when this was originally written, we don't pick up
No.
trailers anymore in these areas. It's all
F
about
is-
central location.
Yeah,
Just for
it's on
that.
exhibit F is where you'll see at the
Got it.
top one, operation of the center.
okay, thank you for that, and
Yeah.
scroll down far enough.
Yep.
Okay, so,
Chairman, Commissioners, can I add just a couple things, just to clarify? If we do in fact go over budget, what we will have to do is do an amended budget. We'll have to have we'll have to open up the budget, notify the public that we did in fact have a significant overage in the solid waste budget. But I do believe that we will not be going fully over the budget that has been allocated for fiscal year 2024, working with Facility Director Kling, and I think we're going to be okay.
Okay.
The next comment that I wanted to make to the commissioners that for this, as of right now, the solid waste has received $40,000 in recycling revenue.
That's not a net.
That's for this fiscal year.
That's
it's
just
not a
gross
net.
amount, yeah.
No, that-
Correct.
That's just less money that we've lost.
Yeah,
doing
that,
the program.
that's just what has been receipted in. I apologize. I mean, the expense is quite high for the recycling program, but you had asked, are we receiving any type of revenue from recycling? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, we have.
At least
Does
it's
it
not
pay for the
going-
cost of recycling? No, but we are
Nope.
getting some revenue back.
Okay, so I'm gonna, since we're doing, this is an action item, I'm gonna make a motion that we authorize the increase of 5% for lakeshore disposal in fees starting March 1st of this year.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Done deal?
Thanks, guys.
Hey, what else you got, Scott?
Let's see where we at. We opened up Warm Lake transfer site last week, so it's up and running now. They're back opened up.
Get all the keys? They all have their keys?
Yep, everyone seems to be okay right now. We did have to give an additional key, because I think, or what I was understood, Warm Lake Lodge has changed hands or something different, and they.
Jared's not there anymore?
Sharon's at North Shore Lodge.
Oh.
And then they have the Warm Lake Lodge, so we had to give them an additional key, because when people left there, moved out, or things changed, they can't find their key, but everyone seems to be good right now on keys and stuff. We inspected the site, looked really good out there and things, so hopefully we'll have another good year out there.
Oh,
Good
Mark,
job
could you
on
come back
cleaning
in a
all
second? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but did we ever figure out what's gonna happen with Warren and CSASH and that trash?
Warren is done. They quit October of last year. They were moving on to the incinerator, from my understanding, and we just pulled out of there.
So they're on their own basically and they just
Yeah,
burn it?
They asked me
Okay.
to come pick everything up.
And you did that too? The Forest Service was all good with that? Because I was wondering about that the other day. What are we gonna do there? If they're gonna burn
My
it,
understanding, they were looking to go to an incinerator, whether or not they made it that far or what their plan is, they didn't tell me, they just told me they were done.
Okay. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate that update because I didn't know where we were on that.
What about CSAS though?
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all taking
Wow.
the same spot.
In other
Okay.
words, we're gonna get it without being able to charge them for it.
Well, let's just see if it doesn't end up in the woods. That's where it usually goes.
Or along the road there, what's that? Just Riggins.
That is Idaho County, yes.
That's the
Okay,
problem.
thanks you guys.
You're welcome.
That's the problem.
Sorry about that, Scott. I didn't mean to
No-
interrupt you.
No problem. Looking at free dump days, we're looking at like June 12th through the 15th. And then September 26th to the 28th.
The girls were up there asking me about that. I don't know, talk
Yeah,
to Scott.
Yeah,
June 12th through the 15th,
yep.
and you've got Mackenzie doing something.
Yeah, okay, well, I just wanted to discuss it with you guys first, let you know. And then I am talking with Clean Earth. We're trying to establish a date in August for the household hazardous waste. As soon as I get that information, I'll get that to Mackenzie also.
Awesome.
Let's see, Orm Lake's open. One thing's kind of wondering now with, if we're gonna purchase the, Marititle building, how much work do we want to do here? Do we still want to continue painting everything and redoing the concrete out front?
Oh,
I would hold.
so.
Did we budget for that? We
know
did,
about the
didn't
money.
we?
Yeah, we have, they're both budgeted for in the CIP, but if, I still think, we're gonna still have the 3-story, maybe if we're gonna paint, maybe the entrances and stuff there, but as far as this, here, possibly this room, I'm not quite sure.
I think we hold for 30 days anyway before you,
What's that?
I would hold for 30 days. Let us have a good conversation about that.
Are you
Okay.
gonna be here at 2:30 for that meeting?
What's that?
2:30? We're having a discussion about
Yeah,
that, and I
okay,
would
I'm
really
listening, yeah.
be great if you could come in, because I know there's some things we're not thinking about.
Yeah, because that's kind of with the building,
Bill, don't you think we better wait until the 13th and have a thorough conversation about what's gonna have to be done? The 2:30, we've got to just finalize the purchase. But a lot of this other stuff is gonna take longer than we have because we got only until 3. I don't want all these guys just hang around, but
I think Scott needs to at least get us a price on that. That's getting to be unsafe out here where all this concrete's busted up.
the money's budgeted to do that out there.
Is there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the only
My
thing
feeling is I think we need to keep going with this building,
Mm-hmm.
just like we planned in budget, because we know we're gonna use it, this room
Okay.
especially.
Okay.
this room especially. but
Yeah.
if we
Mhm.
knock down the other end, or we use that as a,
Well, those are the things that we need to talk about. Are we gonna
Yeah,
knock
so
that
that's,
down, or
I
what are
get,
we gonna
yeah.
do with that?
They were approved in CIP and stuff this, last year, so, just wanting to kind of get, how you guys feel, how far we want to proceed and stuff with it. And then I got, like the Marititle, I don't believe there's any generated power there. Is that something we need to look at into having put in there?
Oh, backup generator.
Yeah.
again, we're gonna have to have that whole
Yeah,
conversation.
so there are things I need,
Be things that
if
need to
you're,
be
because I'm
fixed.
at the, probably change some of my budget, because I'm gonna have, fire sprinkler inspections,
That'll
uh,
all come out of that fund, Scott. It won't come out of your budget.
yeah, but I mean, for budgeting for next year, once, it's purchases and it's ours, I'm responsible for getting the fire suppression, the fire extinguishers, elevator inspections,
All the M&O goes with it.
yeah, I got additional filters. I mean, there's a whole bunch of heat pumps up in, the mezzanine area above, so I'm gonna have to look at changing my, making some changes to my budgets and stuff.
Well, and I think what I'm looking for is, Jeremy's gonna have some things he's gotta look
Yeah,
at.
mhm.
Everybody start making a list of, these are the things I could see we're gonna need
Yeah,
for
that's what I
25.
said, I'm looking at, gonna have to amend my.
Not so much the
budget.
rest of this year, but for 25.
Yeah.
We don't even know what the power bill is a month, so.
I'll tell you what, that electric boiler's got 3-inch conduits that run to it to power it, so it's gonna have probably a pretty hefty power bill in the winter. Cause it's kind of like here, where it creates the hot water, goes to the heat pumps and stuff, but,
And just over the edge behind the bucket chute, there's all kinds of hot water right there in the dirt.
yeah.
That might be a long-term investment.
Yeah, I think it's, snow removal and stuff, we'll have to take
Right.
over that and everything, so it's kind of, things I'm gonna have to budget for that I didn't really count in right, after my first talks with the clerk, so.
I'm glad everybody's thinking about it.
and stuff. So,
That's a great idea.
yeah, 'cause we came to have a run on compressors here right now. We lost the compressor in the cooling unit for the IT up above, 'cause that actually has a rooftop unit up there. So that's going to be a $3,800 bill to fix that.
We got to fix that to keep that IT cool
Yeah,
off, though.
yeah. So, and then we've lost another couple on the floor mount units but they're not in critical areas, so I'm not going to really address them immediately and stuff. So, other than that, that's about all I have.
You remember the counter inside the kitchen in the jail that's got the Formica all coming off of it? I found one just like it, the stainless steel standard kitchen supply. Have you ever seen that? Been that place?
Yeah, I've been there.
And it was like $800 for one on wheels. It looked just like that. It's got drawers in it. It's all stainless steel.
I'm not aware of any issues with a counter in the jail, so Mike coming
In
on.
the kitchen, all the
In the
Formica's
kitchen.
coming off.
That Formica's coming off the corners. And
Also,
you were talking about, well, maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Mike.
Yeah.
Talk about getting that replaced because I don't think that's kosher to have bare wood. I don't know.
Yeah, I
But
mean, the
there's a-
can lawns are sanitized. I mean, that's like the senior center. It has the big wooden block out there that they work off. It just has to be sanitized, sprayed
And
down with, bleach and water or something,
like I say, if you go to Standard Kitchen Supply,
Yeah.
you can buy a
Mhm.
whole kitchen that's all stainless steel right now and I think it was $800 for this. It was like a 3x5
Mhm.
with drawers in it. And I thought,
Okay.
tell Scott about that. He can go down and check it out.
Yeah, I need to let, yeah.
It's on
Thank you.
Fairview Avenue.
Yeah. No, I would go in there and shop actually for myself, so I know that.
Yeah, it's a great store to
Might
go.
just have Mike look at it. We've talked to him about it.
Okay.
The last 2 jail inspections, we'd really like to get that replaced.
Okay.
It's not on
Yeah.
the top, it's on the sides that everything's coming
Mhm.
off.
Yeah.
I mean, so
Mhm.
there is a little bit of a security issue with having Formica coming off in big sheets.
Yeah. Well, when that Formica gets broken, it's very sharp.
Yeah.
So,
I can't think of anything else. I guess I can. Do you know where we are in the fairgrounds?
well, as soon as I can get Toby to call me back, I'll know.
So he's not calling you back.
I called him last week and left a message, and I haven't heard back from him. But-
All the panels are down there.
Oh yeah, we have
Cut
a whole,
open
we have a
and getting
whole
into
arena
'em.
sitting there right now. So.
He was supposed to, we had Fair Board meeting on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
On Monday, and he's supposed to get started this week.
Okay.
He was finishing digging a foundation, then he was gonna get started on tearing it out.
Yeah.
Good deal.
What I really need, I need a copy of the prints and stuff for the deals.
He's got that now,
Okay.
and
Well,
I
need
told him
to
to
get them so we can get,
catch up with you and get that.
yeah, get permits and approval for them and stuff. So.
As we work on that Ameritidal building, we need another parking lot, and it's probably gonna be between the two. So there would be a good conversation, how would the Fair Board want to use a parking lot down there, what that
Mhm.
looks like, so.
Yeah,
That'll be a
I know
good
that upper
conversation.
part right below there is kind of a warm up area they use for their horses and stuff. Because there's no real warm up area, on the west side or on the north end of this, so they kind of use that as their warm up area and stuff. So I don't know if they're gonna be willing to give much of that up. So
Well, they only use it for a week or two. And
Yeah,
then
it's
the
true.
rest of the year, so it's the
I
other way
know.
around.
but they got to have some place to use. It's got some size that multiple people can use. So we'll just kind of see what is left once the arena's reconfigured. We might end up with more room down at that end if and stuff.
And once the road department's gone, some of those buildings may be coming out too, who knows?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
there'll be a whole conversation
Yeah.
about that whole site, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good. Thanks, Scott. Well, I'm sorry, ladies, we're so late, but we started at 8 this morning. And I'm already tired. So
You
come on
missed,
up.
you
Next
missed your
agen-
opportunity, sorry.
The next agenda item is not an action item.
There's a presentation.
This is a
from Shelley.
presentation from Valley County Opioid Response. Shelley, good to see ya. Sorry we're late, but
No worries, no worries. My goal today was to just kind of review the protocol for the opioid letter of support that we had in place. I think it was almost a year and a half ago. And just wanted to make sure that the consortium's still on track with where the board would like to go. And so I sent an electronic copy. I'm hoping you have that. I didn't bring hard copies
when did you send it?
last week. I sent it to,
I know I have seen it, but I've read a lot of stuff this week.
okay, I could review it real quick too.
We did not get it in our packet.
You sent it to us, or commissioners, or did you send it to Doug?
Doug,
I don't see it. Why don't you just
do you want me to go ahead and read it? Okay.
Yeah, let's go through it.
Ready? Okay. So this letter of support was approved by the Valley County Opioid Response Project back in March of 2023 after we reviewed it with the board. So the number one, interested members or partners or individuals, organizations, or businesses that will be requesting a letter of support for the Valley County Opioid Settlement Funds needs to submit a copy of their funding request letter to V Corp Steering Committee for the initial review at their next regular monthly meeting. The funding request letter will need to include a description of the need for funds, the services being provided by the funding request, an itemized budget, a description of how the funds will be used in Valley County, identify what strategies will be addressed in Exhibit A for approved opioid abatement strategies, and there's a link in the protocol for them to find the Exhibit A. Describe how the request will not duplicate existing services. Describe the requested services that will collaborate. Describe the requested service that will collaborate with other community partners. Any questions on that so far? Okay. The steering committee will review the request to determine if the proposed services are in line with the guidelines of the opioids funds in Exhibit A, approved opioid abatement strategies. Once the proposal has been reviewed by the steering committee, the request and the V Corp steering committee recommendations will be placed on the next available V Corp agenda for a vote. The V Corp Consortium Steering Committee will provide an official letter of support or recommendation to the applicant within 7 business days from the date of the decision was made at the V Corp Consortium. And then we defined applicant responsibility. It's the applicant's responsibility to submit a written request for a letter of support to the V Corp project director, which is me, for submission to the V Corp Steering Committee. Setting a time to meet with the Valley County Board of Commissioners. Provide the Valley County Board of Commissioners with a copy of the support letter. Should fundings be awarded, contact County Clerk Douglas Miller for the process to complete the required quarterly reports. We have a little disclaimer. Approval of a letter of support does not guarantee funding. A letter of support is not required to apply for Valley County opioid settlement funds, but is highly recommended. And then we have contact information. We have my contact information and Clerk Miller. Yes.
I interject, I apologize. Commissioners, I believe the letter that, or what am I calling it? The outline that Ms. Hitt is presenting to us was emailed to you on April 2nd. Or did you send me something since then?
I did, but it was something separate.
Okay. I don't see it. My apologies. But
It's okay.
I'm gonna forward
V
this.
Corp protocol.
Yes.
The one thing that I had, Shelley, and I might have missed it, I want to make sure I didn't, is part of the committee's job is to make sure that different applications aren't duplicating the same service.
And we make them justify that in
Okay.
the letter. So the process, did you have something?
No,
Clerk Miller? Okay.
what you're presenting now, is that different from the process that is outlined in the? Okay,
It's the same. Yep, it's the same. It's just a review
I'm
and
just gonna forward this one on to them.
I have it, Doug.
Thank you.
I found mine too.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question about whether this should be amended or not, or whether it's appropriate, because, so we're getting these all year long.
Mhm.
It's hard to track, I mean, how much money, first of all, we get, and then everybody's requesting them at different times. Should there be, because these are kind of grants from the county, should there be like a grant window? So that we would know, all of the requests that were gonna be made within a specific year. We could reserve a little bit of funds in case there's an emergency. But I'd like to know, how many people are asking for these funds and kind of what their deals are.
Well,
What do you think?
I think that's a great idea, but if you get a $200,000 or $300,000 chunk of change, you don't want to hold it until the next budget year. You want to get it out as soon as you can, I think,
Yeah, and
to groups like this.
Right, and so I see our responsibility as the consortium goes, and that's kind of wanted feedback from the board on how we wanted to, maybe if we want to amend the protocol. Really just, when this started it was more around duplication of services and does it meet Exhibit A? We really haven't got into, there's this much money and we think you should request this amount, and we don't really get into, or do we think this is an appropriate service. We just take a look at whether it meets abatement, the Exhibit A, and whether or not it's a duplication of service. That's it. And so that's what our role has been. And so I just wanted to kind of review that and just see if that still fits with what the board would like the consortium to do as far as moving forward with these, or just, seeking feedback on the protocol. We don't set funding priorities or timeframes for applicants. But if that's something that the board would like, I mean, we could have a discussion about that, but that hasn't been our role in the past. It's just been, as a consortium, these are the things that we know are going on in the county, and no, it's not a duplication. How the process really works is usually, well, not always, the applicant will send me the letter in a draft, and I'll go through it with the applicant and help them work through whether it meets the protocol or not before it's submitted to the steering committee, so there's not a lot of back and forth. And then once the letters looks like it's meeting all of the criteria in the protocol letter, then it goes to the steering committee, and sometimes there's questions or clarifications back from the steering committee. And then once the steering committee gives it the green light, then it goes to the full consortium board for review and approval, whether we recommend that it meets the criteria or not.
And I'm assuming you're gonna have like a rating or a ranking, I should say? Or you're just gonna have X amount of, here's the 5 groups that applied for this funding?
Yeah, and we just do first come, first serve. I think we've processed, I want to say 4 letters off the top of my head, support letters, over the past year or so.
So my thought would be counter to yours, because if we had a huge tranche come in, 200,000 or 300,000, I don't know that we're going to have that. Wouldn't it be great to know that we have a funding request for a long-term facility that might take the full 200,000, and you know what other requests were coming in, but we would have a full picture of what those requests would be for Valley County for 1 year. Instead of, we get 5,000 here, 10,000 here, 15,000 here. And yes, we're funding programs, which are important to the groups. I totally get that. But we don't have any kind of, consensus or anything that actually gives us a total picture of how these funds are affecting Valley County, because it's all these one-offs and it's too hard to track.
It is, and that's the same thing we found in the health district. The health district, I think, gets 1.2 or 3 million or something, or opioid funds a year, and then we kind of go back and try and set up some standards. We want to see the data. Is this really a good program or not? And it's really hard to do.
And we could do that. I mean, if we had a one-time grant opportunity, every, right before maybe our budget is finalized or whatever, or right after it's finalized, every October, for the month of October, we're going to have requests for the following year. And we get all the requests at once. We're able to look at all of them. We may feel strongly that this one deserves more than this one because it's a long-term solution versus a short-term solution, and it has proven results. And so we could actually ask for that proof every year. You tell us how you used this and what results were obtained from that. I just think it would be more concise and it would be more transparent to the taxpayers what we're doing. Because right now we're just doling out money and we really have no idea what the success rate is or, what the long-term picture is for these funds.
It sounds to me like it's more of you're leaning more towards a request for proposal process.
A grant opportunity,
And Commissioner Mahone, what you're talking about is very similar to what I have, the structure that I have with our HRSA, Health and Service and Health and Resource Service Administration, opioid grants that we have. We put in an application. These are the services we're going to provide, and then we evaluate whether those services are effective or not. And so I think that's a great plan. Our role really has just been in the past, just to, as we got started, is this does this even meet? And is it a duplication? So I think the next step that you're talking about would be a wonderful next step, and how we can, V Corp can partner with the board on that. We're really open to some feedback on how we could support you in that role.
Well, and I know, Shelley, we talked years back about a crisis center, but when St. Luke's decided to build a new hospital, we went to them and said, can you build one room facility, an emergency room for these kind of folks? And they did. So I'm not pushing the crisis center quite so hard because those things are available now.
Next
But
on our agenda.
Doug, when do we usually get the?
What it
those
would
funds?
do-
When's the time of year they come in?
So the opioid settlement funds come very periodically over the years. And I can assure the commissioners, we are tracking those very thoroughly because we have a reporting requirement. I have a reporting requirement to the the Attorney General's office. The entities that are receiving the money, they do provide us with a quarterly report of how those monies are being used. I guess what they don't provide us is this success. I mean, but how can you measure success?
Impossible.
That's going to be determined, I guess that's going to be established by the entities where the funds are being contributed to. So I guess a couple things, if you don't mind me interjecting.
Nope.
We are keeping close account of how these monies are being
I'm not
expended.
questioning that at all.
Understood. I just want to make sure that the general public, the public understands that when the commissioners are committing these funds to the entities, there are reporting requirements to the Idaho Attorney General's office on an annual basis, which is being done. I just kind of want to get that out of the way. Unfortunately, the question that was asked is, how often do we get these funds, and do we know the specific amount of these funds each year? No, that is problematic for, I think, all involved, because we don't know when we get these funds, and then how does the county, this, I guess, what we're trying to establish right now, which I was not prepared for, so I apologize, is how are we going to be setting a system up in which entities have the ability to advocate or request these opioid funds from the commissioners? What has been, we don't have a formal process. Well, I guess to actually request the funds, well, the process that we do have in place is if an entity requests funds from the commissioners, we have requested that V Corp provide their input if it's an appropriate request or not, which I think, in my opinion, is working great. But if there is a different belief, then this probably
agree with you,
is a
100%.
time that we potentially need to look at how that is being done.
I think that still works fabulous. I don't have any problems with that at all. The only thing that I'm advocating for, maybe it just is a further conversation as a workshop, is what is that next step? Because right now, we're just, as the money comes in randomly, we're just handing them out. And so if we had one pool of funds, this year we received 100,000, okay, 37,000.
37,000.
So that 37,000, it's really whoever makes it up to the podium first to get the money. And that may not be our priority
That's a
if
good
we were to look at everything holistically. So if we were to receive those funds, we say we have $37,000 this year. V Corp, could you let people know that we have this money available? In the month of October, we will be looking at all of the applications, and then we determine what is the highest and best use for those funds for that year.
My feeling, and I'm probably wrong here, my feeling is I think V Corp should do that function for us. And you come to us and here's our top 5 or top 10 or whatever.
That's a good
And then make it an annual application.
If you're willing to do that, I mean, we're not.
Absolutely, and it's a good segue. One of the things we're wrapping up today at noon with Dr. Hudson is our strategic plan that V Corp's put together, and it's what are the we have 1, 3, and 5 year goals, and so that's our goal today from 12 to 2 is to finalize what that looks like, and then my goal is once that's finalized with the consortium is to bring that to the board and let you see the priorities, and you can take them as suggestions if you'd like. I mean, it doesn't mean that that's what you have to do, but this is what the full consortium sees as priorities for years 1, 3, and 5. So I'd be happy to, once we get that, probably another month or so, could bring that back. And then our goal too is that that drives our priorities, not just based on funding, because we are all grant funded. The consortium is that as grants come through, we're hitting what we see as our priorities and not just adjusting to what funding sources are coming through. So
grant funding is just, you never know what you're working with until it shows up.
Yeah.
Kind of like what we get.
Well, and then everybody gets a fresh start every year to apply for it. So we can reevaluate, the guide, the desires of V Corp and what we want.
right, and I so appreciate the partnership with the board and the consortium. When I have a monthly update with my project officer at the federal level, and there is nobody that they know of that is doing what we're doing and having such a wonderful working relationship with the county. And it really is truly unique. I actually presented at it was kind of the Western HRSA, the federal folks on our program here that we're doing, and I included our protocol. And I thought that was one of the areas that got the most questions about how are you doing that? How's that working? Because some of the feedback was some of the other areas are not necessarily double checking that it's meeting Exhibit A, and they really like the fact that we're doing that, and we're doing that in partnership. So I appreciate it.
Well, and if you guys are doing that work, I mean, I'm not saying that there couldn't be a funding source, as part of those funds or something, or some way to pay you guys for the time that's spent, doing this work. But I just feel like we need to wrap our arms around this for that next step and do something a little different. But
I wish we had $1 million every year.
Well, we're applying for another grant right now, an impact grant. We're at $750,000 a year for another 4 years, and it's specifically around medication treatment for opioid use disorder and increasing treatment, which Ignite Idaho is one of our applicants with us on that. So we're trying, but I agree. I wish we had more funds. But what I hear is maybe as part of the protocol, maybe we revise that and ask them to set a measurement goal on success in that protocol letter, what they might think they might be able to measure in addition to what's being required for the opioid settlement funds.
That would help.
Okay, I can add, we'll add that in, and I'll get that on our next agenda. We're not meeting until June. And then I'll come back once our strategic plan is developed, and then maybe we could have further conversation in this area. Does that sound fair? Okay, wonderful. Any other? Do you mind if I approach? We have our
No,
new
no, come on up.
flyers
Nope.
that we put together with our media campaign for the grant too. This is our Courage to Connect campaign. And this was also funded through the grant. So this is just how to connect to resources and making sure folks know what's out there.
Are you hanging these up around
I
town?
just brought them up, yes.
Good,
Yes, that's the
good.
plan. I'm gonna give them to the consortium today when we meet.
Good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have a subcommittee through the consortium that helped develop our media campaign to reduce stigma, to increase access to services. So I'm really proud of this. This is locally just for Valley County and Adams County.
You give this to Mackenzie for our website?
I
webpage?
can. I will.
What do you think about putting this on the webpage? I don't know,
on the Facebook or
on the
web-
county webpage. I don't know,
haven't-
this is the number she called
Yeah,
if
we
you
could
need help.
definitely connect, but also she could do a social media
That would be awesome.
campaign.
So just send it directly to Mackenzie or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mackenzie
wonderful.
Kramer.
I have it
Yeah,
electronically.
Mackenzie Kramer.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
need a break? Okay.
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, we're gonna move on down to our agenda. Our next item is an action item. This is a presentation from Ignite Idaho Family Resource Center and a request for funding.
More
I'm
money.
gonna turn it over.
All right, my name's
Yep.
Tracy Jamison, the Executive Director at Ignite Idaho Family Resource Center and Project Manager at the Anchor, our Youth Assessment Center.
I'm Shannon McKnight, and I work for both Ignite Idaho and the Anchor with adults and youth.
All right, we're so thankful to be here today. Today is Turn Your Community Blue Day. We have
nice.
shirts for each of you, and Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's important for us to remember the protective factors, concrete support in times of need, supportive social relationships, knowledge of child development, nurturing, resilience, and social and emotional competence. These are all the things that Ignite Idaho Family Resource Center provides to our community. Now we'd love for you to read the proclamation.
Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation. Whereas children are vital to our city's future success, prosperity, and quality of life, as well as being our most valuable assets. Whereas all children deserve to have the safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities they need to foster their healthy growth and development. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of life as a community. Whereas communities that provide parents with the social support, knowledge of parenting and child development, and concrete resources they need to cope with stress and nurture their children ensure all children grow to their full potential. Whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Therefore, we do hereby proclaim April 29th as Child Abuse Prevention Day and call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the community in which we live.
Thank you.
Very nice. Good job, Sherry. Do we need a motion, Doug, to enter that into
Yes,
the
Mr.
record?
Chairman, I would.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we enter into the record the proclamation of the Child Abuse Prevention Day for April 29th.
I'll second it.
The motion is second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye,
Thank you.
gladly.
All right. So for most major concerns, from health and welfare to mental health to juvenile incarceration, we find that people have to leave our community to receive treatment. We are asking the commissioners for support in keeping treatments and support local. Resources for urgent needs, whether mental health or basic living supports, they're limited in our area. We're asking for $16,900 for immediate use to start our Community Connections project for the next following year. Through these programs, we will help provide urgent clinical in-person response for community members and following up with case management to build independence and life skills. In-person mobilized crisis response as an alternative to ER stay often prevents need for psychiatric hospitalization. Studies show that in the community, treatments reduce hospitalization rates compared to ER-based crisis response. One study found that youth who received hospital-based interventions were 51% more likely to be hospitalized within the next 30 days. So care in the least restrictive setting is possible is the cornerstone of quality behavioral health systems in the United States. and our present over reliance on the emergency department and inpatient units represents a deficit that we're not meeting that standard. A sustaining mental health urgent care space will largely be through our insurances and billing and also pursuing grants. But at this time, we are really trying to get this open by June 1st. We're seeing an increased need in crisis right now, on average about 3 a week.
So Rachel, you've already got a facility in mind or a place, is that at the professional center in there?
Yeah, so Suite 100, they
Okay.
have set aside for us to be able to start this process.
You got providers and all that stuff?
Yep.
What is the lease on that?
So that space is $1,300 a month, and we'll have four clinicians. We have 3 case managers, 3 CBRS workers, some respite, and peer recovery.
So this would be an in facility, so you have a bed there, 24/7.
We will
care.
not do the 24/7 yet. So as I go down my list.
We're ahead of you. Go for it.
Wish list.
My wish list. So we're hoping to work with the commissioners to also streamline funding for indigent needs within our community. We would like to centralize where individuals go in the county. So it'd be a central location for helping coordinate efforts to reduce the duplication of services. So a one-stop shop, working with police, schools, church, and other organizations. So what the people would do is they would call us or come in, or the churches or police would send them all to us. And we would have all their information in our database. It might say, so-and-so got $900 for rent in March. That same person, if they ever come back to any of the churches, the police, or anywhere, we could look in the system, type their name in, and it would say $900, for this rent or whatever. Then we would determine, okay, are they asking for rent again? Or are they asking for food? Or is there a different situation? At that point, the second time they come back, the churches, police, they can all decide for themselves. We would just be the one giving them the information saying, hey, this is how many times this person has asked for help. These are the things that they've asked. Also, what we would like to extend to those people that are asking for help is case management, to be able to say, okay, is it because you can't hold down a job? Is it, parenting issue, whatever that is, childcare, and then work with those families to strengthen that deficit.
That's a good organization. I like that.
So we've talked with the police, they're on board. We've talked with some of the churches, and everybody is really feeling like this is something that is imperative right now. We've seen an increase in people asking for these services, and a lot of the people got 4, 5, 6, sometimes 12 helpings when that takes away from people that maybe only will ask once or twice and will change their behaviors.
Yep.
So that's, we're definitely wanting to find out if there is some sort of funding for indigents that we could potentially centralize for Ignite. Anybody's able to ask or say, this is what we want for our people. We're not saying no. We're just saying we'll have the database and the funding and can work with, Valley County and making sure that that is given out appropriately.
So, Tracy, I'm a little confused because I think to me, it's a definition of what it's a crisis. What I'm looking for is, I'm a 25-year-old kid in Cascade, and I get so wasted and so whatever I'm smoking or taking that I end up in ER.
Yes.
ER can keep me for 23 hours and 59 minutes. Then they got to boot me out. You guys will be able to take this person.
Yes, so that will be this urgent care mental health piece that we're having in Suite 100. Yes, we will definitely, at the bottom of this piece of paper, we'll be requesting yearly funding for that through your budget. But we also would like to do something with this indigent fund so we can help these people at that dire need, get them their rent so they're not kicked out of their home or heat or whatever, and then allow them to be coming weekly for support or whatever, daily if they need it, whatever that looks like. So it's kind of the immediate need of the 16,900 to secure the place for a year, the indigent fund to have, so when people are calling, we can help them immediately. Then we get them into this urgent care where we're helping them figure out all their other needs, whether it's getting a counselor, having case management, going to treatment, needing childcare, whatever that looks like. We're going to wrap all these services around them and then help them help themselves.
I love that because the housing trust has 4 units that are, no, 2 units, I think, that are 30% AMI. They need these services. I mean, every time those get rented, and I think that this is true of any of the locations up here, those 30% units get trashed. And people, they need services to help them be more successful as they move forward. That low-income funding stream is really difficult to work with without having wraparound services.
And we need funding specifically for our clinicians to be able to go into those homes, work with those families. So I do that right now. We have that through the HRSA funding, Laura Moore Cunningham Foundation. I go in and work with families. I mean, we were just in council, so we go anywhere they need us. But right now we've done Cascade, Donley, McCall, New Meadows Council, and we go into their homes and meet them where they're at and figure out how we can better help them. I've been doing that for over a year and a half. And some of the families, I'm really hoping that they will, speak out and say what has changed their lives about this. You can come into a counseling setting and it is very helpful, but I get them one time a week for maybe an hour. When I go into their home for 2 hours a week, I see how they're living. I see how they interact with each other. It is a completely different process. And for us to be able to do this, it is one of the most effective things I've ever seen in my life. So yes, we have an 80% success rate with our grants. It's going amazing. We've had donations and supports from, the county everywhere. But for us to be able to say we can do this every single year and have these pieces dialed in, we're already doing it. We already can see the success. We can give the data. We now need that funding so we know that it's semi-permanent, and we're not stressed about always finding those.
Or
just once the money's gone, the money's gone.
No, that's the issue is we get something going and then we run out of funds and it crashes.
So how much
Figure
do we
out
have in that
long-term.
budget though?
We still have 244,000 in fund balance for the indigent that had been levied over the years when the county had the ability to specifically levy for indigent matters, medical coverage.
Phone rent.
So I guess we're talking about 2 different things. Ignite Idaho is coming here asking for startup costs for their crisis center, but then they're also presenting to you an idea for Ignite Idaho to be the central location for indigent applications, I guess is what I'm hearing in the future. That instead of those applications coming to the county, there might be an organization within the community that's willing to handle these moving forward.
Absolutely.
Does the
And then
county-
yearly funding for this center.
Come through you guys. Well, that's I want to do this. What I'm saying is, how do we do this long-term? Because you're going to need quite a bit of money every year, because I know what happens when the economy tanks is everybody comes in and wants their rent paid.
Yeah.
YCAP used to pay the power bills and they're gone. I don't
We
know
wanna
if
do
that
all
money is
of those
available
things.
now to you guys, if you could use, it's called LIHEAP funds, but
We can check into
that
it.
was
but-
$100,000 a year
Yeah.
that we paid for
So
power
you-
bills.
So you might check because YCAP is still, it's a federal partner with those types of programs. I don't know, you might be able to apply and compete against YCAP for those funds. I don't know. They don't have a presence here anymore. If you do, then that's the other thing, but. So the 16.9, for the opening of a crisis center, Doug, we really can't use indigent funding for that.
You could
Or we
use,
No.
when you haven't made the here's a couple ideas. You could use, of course, general fund reserve. You could use PILT. or you could use the money that had been budgeted for YCAP. The commissioners haven't made that contribution. And I don't know if you're inclined to make that contribution. I think before you do that, though, we probably would need to get legal's approval if you were going to use that money.
Because it was in the budget for a different
Correct.
organization.
I do feel though you budgeted
Definitely use that.
$38,000 for indigent type services. You could use the indigent budget to fund. I mean, if you want to get legal's opinion on it, definitely to fund the startups for the crisis center, because indigent individuals more than likely are going to be using the crisis center.
Absolutely.
How far will this carry you?
So for the 16.9 will give us this whole year. We've also had some funding from Rotary. So it will get us completely set up and run. I mean, it won't pay our people, but it'll pay the rent for the whole year. We have our, we're credentialed with Medicaid, Blue Cross Reach, all of those. So that will help with our services. The people that don't have it, we're looking for funds for that, for those people as well. Right now we do have some Lorimar Cunningham, which is under and uninsured people. So we're working on all those pieces. So I can't say it's never ending, but I'm saying that I'm working on it every day to make sure that it is never ending, you know?
You understand?
I think we can definitely do this. We do have some money in there.
I just wonder if we
And
should
then-
do more though.
Well, but this just pays the rent. I mean, once they know that they have a person, an applicant that's requesting, then they can bring those people to us for further funding if we need to do that. This just secures their rent, gives them the location.
This is securing the added space we need to add our extra clinician, our extra case manager, peer support, medication manager. It allows us to have that space to be able to add these services and not feel overwhelmed in the space that we're in. And then it will also allow us to meet with them privately. We want to work with the police. We want to work with all of them being able to come into this space, work with those families as well. So it's kind of that warm handoff. Those are the things that we're trying to work through at this time.
So Tracy, I guess, and I think I'm thinking kind of where Alta is, what's sustainable? You have a picture, a vision of what's sustainable
So
to
sus-
sustain your guys' organization month after month, year after year.
Yes, that's the
down the road.
Medicaid. All of our services, as long as they're on insurance, which most people are, there's that select few that aren't, that we have the funding for. But you know, we are credentialed with all of, I wouldn't say all, but most insurances: Blue Cross, Regents, Select Health, St. Luke's, Medicaid. We're almost completely credentialed with Medicare. So all of that is our sustainability. Like, we can still offer these services to most anybody in the community. There's St. Luke's has funds that if there's a kid or a parent, if we didn't have the funds, which we do right now, if we didn't, there's other funding available to make sure that those people get those services. And then of course our grants, like Shelley mentioned, we are writing a grant right now. It's $750,000. It includes, we're all partnering with St. Luke's, Central Idaho Counseling, and Ignite Idaho, Central District Health, and it's a HRSA grant, which we already have one now. It's a 4-year grant. We still have, 2 years with that one. And this other one is another 4-year grant. So all of these things are in the works. I can't say we get it or we don't, but we're continuously working on different forms of funding.
In the first year, if we provide that, they can come back the second year and say, hey, I only need 5,000 this year or something like that.
They could pay us back even.
And let
Well,
me
and they
just
will tell us.
let me say this. So in the the very last piece of this is basically we would like to be on the yearly budget for a certain amount to continue all these services. We want this, initial funding, get this open by June 1st, get everything set up. But if we can be on that budget yearly saying, here's, I'm just going to say 40,000, for all of these services that aren't covered, the insurances are going to cover numerous amounts of this, you know, and so that extra money coming from the insurances we put aside, and that's going to pay our expenses, that's going to pay the administrative fees, that's going to pay that, you know.
Rich, you said you're almost Medicare certified. How much longer? Couple of months?
We already have everything in. So when we did Medicaid,
So you're signed up, you just haven't got approval yet.
yeah, and it's within,
Okay.
but we also have the
close.
Veterans Fund
Okay.
that we, you know, any of them can come in, utilize our services, and we do have money for them specifically. And
I think we allocate this now, but as part of the budget discussion this year, we can discuss the rest of it. You know, as far as being on a budget, the thing is, remember that you're one group and we have all the groups that want to be on our
100%.
budget, and these are taxpayer funds. So therefore, we have to make sure, you know, that we're answering the need of the community and the community supports this. So that's a deeper
Okay.
conversation than.
So why don't you make a motion and we'll move
I
on
will
because we
do.
are running out of daylight.
I move that we fund 16,900 for the opening of the crisis center for Ignite Idaho, and take that out of our indigent funding.
Second.
Motion moved and seconded to spend 16,900 out of indigent for the resource center. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Good.
thank you so much.
You'll
Oh,
have
if
to
you'll
get
get an
Doug up for the
invoice.
check.
Yeah, get an invoice to Doug.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Tracy.
Okay? Now we're gonna move on, Road and Bridge. Sorry, guys. Actually, you know, we're only 15 minutes late. It's not too bad.
No McKinsey today?
Steve, thanks for your help on the community center on those weeds. They were pretty bad last year. I'm just going, we need to get this sprayed. This is like solid.
Yeah, it looks, it definitely needs some assistance.
Yeah.
We'll get on that. So that the grass gets more mature and it dries out a little bit more after this rainy season coming up. We'll get on it.
When's it gonna rain?
It's
Well, we
snowing right
started today.
Up there, not down here.
Just brought most of my crew in today, so it's gonna start raining today,
Yeah.
obviously.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's the way it
So,
works.
Every time. Today, we got the West Nile virus contract assigned for health and welfare. This year, we're only getting $4,000 to help us with testing supplies and fuel and labor and stuff. Last year, we had over 20,000, but this is all the funding they had available this year.
Oh, my goodness.
But there might be more coming in after the state's fiscal year, but we'll see when that comes up.
That was my concern, is we're not getting near enough to do this. If we don't do this, what happens?
A lot of people
We do it on our own dollar, our own dime.
We have to do it.
That's up to you if you want us to continue monitoring for the West Nile
I'm
virus.
just letting these guys know they have options here.
Yes. And
Well,
then the
not
ramp
really. If we
kit,
get West Nidal, now we get to spray the county, so
And that could
therefore
be
it's
very expensive.
well, just the ramp kit to test for West Nile is about $2,600. So this buys the ramp kit, the test kit, and then some of the CO2 gas and dry ice. That's all really what this funding is gonna cover. So the rest of it is on our line item budget for pest control.
So you just go out randomly, catch some mosquitoes and do the test. Is that what you do?
And
Well,
we
and
can
it's not,
actually
it's like you test for a different kind of mosquito, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
It's not the one we usually have.
Well, no, we'll set our traps, and there's only a couple of mosquitoes that can track the West Nile virus, the Culex tracelis. So we'll catch thousands of mosquitoes and sort them out, and there only might be 3 or 4 of the Culex mosquitoes. So those are the ones we test for West Nile. And then we move the contract, we have to set a minimum of 3 traps every week. It's not very many, but we set probably 5 or 6 or 7, and we move them in different areas around the county. But yeah, it's not a whole lot of funding, but it helps, I think.
You know, did the Edwards mosquito, did they lose funding, or, I know that's all on levy, but did they get state funding?
They get the same grant as we work in.
Same money as we get?
Yep.
Huh.
We're
Well, put some
kinda-
heat on those guys, son, we need more money.
I'm trying. Last year we had 20,000 and we couldn't spend it all.
Yeah.
They only give us a short amount of time. We did get some more traps and more CO2 canisters. So we utilized most of the funding, but we left a lot of it on the table last year, but we just couldn't get to it all.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the health and welfare agreement for mosquito surveillance for detecting West Nile virus.
Second. Move to second, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries. Mosquitoes. Anything else you want to talk about? You got fully staffed?
No, we still need one more person.
One more?
1.5. Gail's only gonna work part-time this year,
Oh, yeah?
just helping us
He's
train.
been with us for a long time.
Yeah, about 12
12
years.
years, yeah?
Nice.
Yeah, great guy.
Yep.
Get fresh blood in there.
He's helping me right now. We hired 2 new individuals. They're gonna go in Thursday for training or for testing for the professional applicators exam.
Steve, do you know if the prosecuting attorney's office ever reviewed the Forest Service agreement for the weed abatement?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, I think that would have a cover page.
Yeah.
Did we get it signed?
Well, I haven't got it back from the Forest Service yet.
They're claiming that they didn't get it from us.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, do you want me to forward you this email?
Please,
Okay,
yes.
but you do have it then? Or
I should have it, but it forwarded to me and
Okay.
I'll send it
Thank
again.
you, Steve.
Different people working there every day
Every day.
at the Forest Service.
Yes.
Good. Anything else you want to talk about?
Not at this time.
Okay, Jeff? Anything
Thanks,
you want to talk
Dave.
about?
Thank you, Steve.
See, have a good day.
Thank you.
I don't know where we're at with Tamarack Resort and what they owe the county. But this was brought to my attention. I was gonna go ahead and let Granite rebuild that road from the roundabout down to the employee housing. Happens all over the world. You come in later, cut the asphalt, put new culverts in, whatever, and then repave over it. Do we wanna wait on that Poison Creek culvert until it's replaced? Rebuild the road down to the employee housing? Or
How old's the culvert?
it's over 22 years old.
Yeah,
know
I would
that.
definitely replace the culvert before you
Well,
pave the
the
road.
problem is, it's not just a culvert, it's probably gonna be a fish passage culvert,
It's just a,
which is probably gonna be upwards of $250,000 to put a
oh, so it's a concrete,
the
no
bottomless.
bottomless? Oh, jeez.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so when they put the water lines and sewer lines in last year around that, they bored Poison Creek with those pipes instead of trenching across it. So I made sure they were deep enough so we could get the footings in for a bottomless arch without hitting one of their sewer lines. Like I said, I don't know where they're at with what they owe us for their PUDs and CUPs and AIDs and whatever else acronyms out there, but
What would it matter in this case? What they owe us?
I mean, the
They
only
have
thing
to
that would
pay
matter,
They don't want to pay for the culvert,
well, that's,
I'm assuming, bottom line.
I haven't started with Dorena yet on replacing that one, but we only get like $35,000 from soil and water, and this thing's gonna cost.
So your carryover budget, though, you've got money that you can use on this. It's whether you have the time to do it before Tamarack.
Well, no, they wanna have that road black by the 4th of July.
Okay.
This is probably a 2-year process. I gotta get 404 permits, I gotta
Got
get DEQ, EPA.
Oh, my, that's,
We're gonna have to
that's
cut
so
it then.
fish can go through it? Is that right?
Yes, it's called an AOP, Aquatic Organism Passage.
Oh, my
It's a
goodness.
concrete pipe, it's
It-
not a
it-
metal pipe, right?
It can be concrete footings with the metal half pipe on top of it.
What's there now?
Probably about a 48 inch,
4-foot culvert?
yeah, just a CMP culvert, galvanized.
So what's the question for us, Jeff? I mean, there's
Do-
not
do
really,
we- So I've given Granite the go-ahead. Hasn't got me the permits yet to rebuild that section of road and pave down the employee housing.
so
But Dorena kind of brought up, do we want to replace that first? Do we want to just have Tamarack rebuild the road to Poison Creek and then just maintain the road from there down to their employee housing with the road grader as needed? I'm not against people cutting as long as it's patched. I mean, everybody in the world does it.
Yeah, I think we just let them pave it and leave it what we got there for now until we can
Okay.
save the money to
I
do
mean,
it.
it's gonna,
I agree.
they're gonna pave wide enough for our standards for a major collector, so it's gonna kind of neck in a little bit right there at that culvert. But we put up some object markers, get people pushed to the middle, because we might be
It'd be a
a
few years.
minimum of 2 years out.
Yeah. Is there any other culvert on that section?
There's Rock Creek, but it's in good shape.
Okay.
It's that one.
There's no 12 inches or drainage, little stuff?
No, I've replaced all those in the last 2 or 3 years. There's an irrigation culvert and small drainage ones, but they've all been replaced. But this Poison Creek one, we fight the beavers in it every year, and
I think Scott's, with Tamarack said they were taking care of paving that all the way down to their employee house.
right.
But they didn't want to have to replace that fish culvert.
Well, I don't blame, I didn't even know about that. That's all new to me.
I mean, I got to get a hold of the Fish and Game. They got to go do a fish study in it, but I don't know if fish can get to it because of the 2 or 3 beaver dams between Poison Creek and the edge of the reservoir. And
So
so
I
If
there's
there's
guess-
beaver
willows.
there, they'll be up in that
Oh, I
culvert
know.
before
I'm pretty
long.
sure there's probably landlocked fish up in there, but it's not just fish passage, it's aquatic organisms, so.
So Jeff,
Scallions and-
my question is this. So take the Tamarack equation out of it. Would we do this for anybody else that was developing along a road? Would that be a natural requirement to build to county standards to include culverts?
Depends on how bad it is. I mean, the culvert itself isn't bad, it's just narrow. I mean, it could probably last 10 more years, 15 more years, it's hard to say.
Yeah, well, then we can't put that responsibility on a developer if it's a good culvert and we're
Right.
just wanting to
But
upgrade it.
I'm thinking of I can't say the word that's on that map over there, development agreements with funds that they owe the county. That would be a good spot for them to spend some money.
So right now, they're caught up with those.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
But I think you make a very good point, sharing the fact that anywhere else in the county, if they're gonna come in and redo the county road and pave it, they gotta replace the culverts
Right.
first.
And that's all part of the development agreement. I mean, we go assess
Normally.
it and say, well, let's spend your $80,000 replacing these 4 culverts, or you apply gravel.
I think it would be justification for us to let them know, hey, this one here, that's only a $250,000 culvert. Just want you to know that.
Right.
You know, they need to know that when
Right.
we ask them to do whatever.
So do you
Yeah.
have any idea what the road development agreement was for this section? Then you might just have, send a double
I
check
don't
with,
even know if we had anything for that
would have
section.
been part of the PUD to approve that employee housing down there.
That'd be part of the PUD, which doesn't come across my desk.
Ask Linda then if there's something in it that you can actually put that on
Hold
them,
them
but
to it.
yeah.
And then,
Okay.
okay, so we're good on that. The other thing, and I lost it. Do Fish and Game contact you about using your property for some
They
equipment?
contacted me first, and then they said they needed to check with the commission for liability
Right.
agreements, whatever. And that's when Jordan got a hold of you.
Just
And-
training people.
They're training people in heavy equipment. They've got their own equipment. They're training some of their road guys and, culvert replacement guys.
Just
And-
down there at the Lake Fork.
Yeah, they wanted to use the Lake Fork pit, and I don't have a problem with it.
And I texted you back saying for him to come in to the commissioners.
Yes.
Cause I don't want to make the decision for the whole board and ask all 3 of
And
us.
that's what I told him to begin with. He needs to get on the agenda and
That's
bring it across to you
Contact Doug
guys.
to get on the agenda and then come in and ask us and
Okay.
and we'll wait for that to happen. Cause
Okay.
that's a full board decision.
Right, right.
Okay?
Real quick, I'll go through these other ones. I've gotten 2 requests now. The homeowners want to pay to pave roads. The guy out on, I believe it's Chris Lane, out off of Valley View subdivision. It's a gravel road that didn't get paved during the HOA paving that they did in there years ago, because there was no houses out there. Now there's about a half dozen houses out there, and this one gentleman wants to go up to $100,000.
How much road? How long a road?
It's gonna cost about 150 to do it. So do we,
We have a program, if they want to pay for it.
we don't have a program anymore. We haven't had it for
It
years.
used to be they bought the oil or something.
Used to be. We
Yeah.
quit that probably 15 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. 14 maybe.
If I had Brian put together a whole synopsis on how to put LIDs into these subdivisions for road improvements.
Okay.
And so we have a whole step of that, owners can go through to put an LID in place so
Okay.
that everybody participates. I think we need to have a workshop. Maybe if there's time on the 13th, we could do it on the 13th. Actually take an hour, go over how to do these LIDs and give it back to these HOAs
Okay.
and say, this is the county process, this is the state process for you to do this work.
And this is rural property. It's not part of it is part of a subdivision, but it's been there since the 70s probably.
Any
Oh,
subdivision
okay, so
can
so
go
that'll,
together and tax themselves.
not just new development.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a gentleman that reached out to me when I had COVID almost a year ago on this subdivision over here, the Ponderosa Shores thing.
Oh, yeah.
And he was gonna call me back. I asked him to call me back and I haven't heard from him. But this is a perfect solution for that community and getting that road fixed.
Okay.
So I think we just need to do a workshop, put it out to the communities.
Is that like an election? The homeowners vote on that? How does it get formed?
You gotta have, and I don't have it right off the top of my head, but
Okay.
I have the whole breakdown now on how to put together an LID, the legal way to do that. Because technically, I think we need a conversation about, so this guy's willing to put 100,000 now. So 2 years from now, somebody goes in there and destroys the road. Now we gotta go back and put taxpayer money on it. And so it's, we
Right.
need a long-term solution for these types of things. And I think these LIDs are the way to do that.
Well, I mean, they've got to be crack sealed, they've got to be chip sealed or
Exactly.
seal coated or
The culvert's
something
gotta
every,
be
5
replaced.
or 8 years.
Not a one-time deal.
And like you said, we take on something and then 15 years down the road, we got potholes and we got to repave it in 20 years.
I think that asking these subdivisions, to put together an LID for their community is the
Okay.
way to go and improve their own stuff. West Wind, the same thing. They
Right.
come in all the time and complain about
Oh,
their
yeah.
roads. I mean, they can go out, they can vote on this themselves, they can tax themselves, and they become technically a little bit of a road district. Their funding
Okay.
can go toward, the roads in their subdivision.
Okay,
If that's the improvement.
that
they
makes
want.
sense.
Doug, can we get that on an agenda? Want me to send you a
That would be great
email?
if you could, just so.
Okay. Along that homeowner request, I found something January of 23, we talked about those flashing speed signs. And it says on the agenda workshop, but I don't remember us coming.
I thought
to-
we decided if they wanted to buy them, we would put them
Well,
up. and
well,
we
that's
can-
fine, but we gotta decide. I think I was tasked with some sort of a policy on
Oh.
where they go, what roads, minor collectors, local, major.
That's right.
I'm still working on that. 'Cause I don't want one of these lights flashing in somebody's bedroom. And why do we have to have them inside a subdivision like Wagon Wheel or something?
Why do we have to put them up at all?
We don't, but it is a proven traffic calming device. As you can see, following somebody into town out here.
Oh, I know.
They'll be doing 50 and all of a sudden that thing says too fast and you see their brake lights come on and the
Uh-huh.
front end dive.
Yep.
They work. I've got requests for Sampson Trail, Chad Loop still, or Chad Drive.
East Lake Fork. The issue is we're gonna get too many of these, and when they start falling apart, we're not
Well,
gonna be able.
that's just it. Right now, all the
Yeah.
ones on Warm Lake
don't
quit,
want flashing
quit
lights all
working.
over the county.
Luckily, Traffic Com out of Post Falls has replaced the failed parts.
Wait till Dan comes on and ask him if they've ever had a policy that
Kind of
he's
what I
aware
want
of.
to do.
Mhm.
I'm kind of saving a lot of stuff, including budget talks, until Dan gets here in another month.
Yeah, awesome. And I
Um,
think in the meantime, I would back off of it,
Okay,
unless it's like a major collector
well,
or something like that, but we're gonna have them all over before long.
well, I'm seriously thinking about putting It's about $6,000. I can put one of those tow behind ones and take it and set it up and lock it to a telephone pole and leave it there for a week so people kind of get an idea. I don't know. I'm still throwing that through my head if it's going to be worth it or not. But there's not a county our size anywhere that doesn't have at least one of those tow behinds, because they get customer complaints in jug handle. I can take it up there and prove to them that they're only doing 26 miles an hour. They're not doing 40 like you said.
Will it record it?
Put it in your budget. How much are they?
They're about 6.
Do they record each time?
Yeah, they'll do counts, speeds, max speed, min speed.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Didn't know they did all that.
Yeah, so it might be the easiest way to go right now, instead of committing to something that we're going to be repairing here in 5 or 6 years, or replacing, who knows. Okay.
The city's out there.
So real quick, the sheriff's office, I think, is watching a demo this week. I watched it 2 weeks ago. It's a new, so all new cars since 2009s have built-in GPSs in them. Ones prior to that, people got their smartphones wired to their cars. This guy's based out of Florida, and he pulled up Valley County, and I bet within 2 minutes, I had traffic counts, max speed, min speed, 85% average speed on every road I clicked on. Because they're
Wow.
running off of GPS. So no more traffic counters,
Huh,
no more
interesting.
tubes. If I can get the sheriff's office to split it with me, they're going through the demo this week, I think. They can get on it if they get complaints on East Lake Fork. Click on that road, it'll say top speed, low speed. It'll show a time like between 4 and 6 where 90% of the cars were doing 62 miles an hour. So that kind of tells them,
Where they
hey,
should
let's
be.
go spend a little time out here between 4 and 6.
Yep.
It's
not a bad idea.
I haven't seen nothing like that that impressed me as much as that demo did.
How much was it if you were to purchase it? What's it gonna cost?
20 to 30,000 a year. But if we split it, I'm probably spending.
You spend that much.
I'm
or
probably
more.
spending 10 to 15,000 on labor, new tubes every couple of years, traffic counters that quit working. I got to send them in, get them repaired. This is all based off of satellites, and it was just
that's cool.
amazing. But I clicked on Wisdom or West Valley, just out of the blue. Average speed was 27 miles an hour. It's probably because of all the potholes.
21st century.
Well, and if it's tracking the number of cars, does it do the number of cars?
Yep.
So then you prioritize your road
Exactly.
budget.
I
on number
can
of
see
cars.
this thing being huge in the next 10 years.
So it's an app? Is that what it is?
No, it's a computer program. You can't pull it off your phone or anything. Well, you probably could with, give you a password and some kind of a mobile app or something, but these guys run it out of Jacksonville, Florida or something. And they said they're getting more and more. There was about a half a dozen counties and cities in Idaho that are using it right now and just love it. Like I said, there's no more tubes, so you don't have my older gentleman out walking across Farm to Market Road when everybody's doing 60 miles an hour trying to set tubes up while cars are driving across them. And
True.
I'm not asking for a decision. I'm just saying that
No, I think this is
it'll
great.
probably come before, I mean, when Dan gets here again, we'll talk to him about it.
That's awesome.
My head, if I can get the sheriff's office to split it with me,
Oh, yeah.
definitely it should be something we look at in the near future.
Good revenue stream for them
Yeah.
to help.
I mean, right now I got 4 traffic counters. One of them doesn't work, and there's $6,000 a piece to replace them.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to do it.
Exactly.
Money well spent.
Yeah, and this thing, I mean,
Can you pull up a specific car? Cause I'd be,
no. I asked the same thing. I told him to look for some silver little Volvo out on Boydston. But
perfect.
has a little scratch on the front
You know, I
fender.
just turned my car in for a new one.
Oh.
What you got?
I didn't, no. He doesn't even know. I thought-
Still got Fred's name signed on that scratch.
So had a meeting last week with Insight. They came up, I got Jeremy down there. We kind of went around the table and we're coming down to probably the final plan here in the next couple of weeks. I was out looking at gold dust and I got to move that reefer trailer. What's in it? Records, from what I understand.
You're right.
So we need to move those to the top of the Ameritidal building because we have a whole new storage
I'm
room
gonna.
up there.
Never mind.
You need to
Uh,
move all your files. Is Dan gonna try and use that office in the back where all your filing cabinets are?
Oh, he was just, yeah, I talked to him a few weeks ago and asked him what we needed to get him started. And he goes, I'll tell you a story. When I moved from Nebraska to Boise to ITD, I showed up and he goes, 6 months I worked off a conference table in the meeting room. And I go, perfect. That's where I'm going to put you.
A lot of those files can go to the Ameritidal building upstairs.
I don't have hardly anything in that room anymore.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No, we scanned most of it in when Sarah was here.
Okay.
I've got
Oh, nice.
maybe 4 filing cabinets that got stuff.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, he's tickled pink to come. He's gonna come sometime in the middle of this month and spend a day with me in the office and kind of get things rolling so he can kind of get an idea of what's.
Glad that's
gonna-
working out. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna work good. We're both just,
Yeah, we paid some engineering this morning on Epstein. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I bet we don't see that bill
yeah,
again.
we should mesh just fine at that office.
Perfect.
Um,
Hurry up, it's lunchtime.
I'm on vacation next week. I'm leaving Friday and won't be back till the following Sunday.
Who's in charge?
I don't know, don't
James
really
and
care.
Russ? No, that's not appropriate. Who do we call?
No,
Wrong answer.
my two
James and Russ.
supervisors, Russ and James, they've got it pretty well lined out, what needs to be done. Mickey will take emergency calls, emails, whatever, and get people headed the right direction, just like usual when I leave. And plus my phone, I'm just going to Spokane, so they're getting better at not calling me. But
Turn
if it's an
your phone off.
emergency, they'll call me and I don't
May
carry
have
my
a-
work phone with me, but when I get back to the camper or whatever, I'll check my messages.
Good. Have a good time.
Haven't had any time off since September, so I'm tired of giving my PTO away.
Yep.
You mentioned the Idaho County garbage, Warren. Gene Minen from Idaho County called me to get some contractors' names. 'Cause he's gotta hire somebody to go in and remove the fence, the concrete, and all this other stuff. So, yeah, the Forest Service stopped the lease, but now Idaho County's on the bill to remove all that stuff.
Pick it up, clean it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Other than that, anything real quick for me?
Do you have any roads blow up like last year? I think everything's pretty good so far this year, isn't it?
Things are starting to harden up, but we still got a few roads that just, I'm looking at talking to Josh out at Granite last year. I think I'm gonna, once Dan gets here, I'm looking at, last year we built Thunder City up. Well, when you build a road up, you narrow it. We probably lost 3 foot of width on Thunder City. There's engineering out there that you crab it. It's there. Doesn't matter if you're going through a swamp or whatever. Engineer comes up with the amount of concrete that gets mixed in it. And I mean, I got literature from these people going across swamps, pulling these rebuild vehicles with D8, D10 dozers, and 2 weeks later they got a road harder than a freeway. So I think it's going to be cheaper than truck time right now is horrible.
Is it?
About $125 an hour per truck. And if you're hauling out of a pit with 8 trucks hauling for 10 hours, $10,000 bill a day. Or if we can crab it for 25,000 and save all that hauling, it's going to be worth it and it's going to make it solid. It's just something I'm just thinking about.
I'm gonna go try it and see.
But I got Gray Lane, Round Valley Road. I'm getting a lot of these old farm roads that have, it's their time of year, they're rolling over. Getting that black goo on top and all the gravel's down at the bottom.
Jeff, one more thing. I know it's lunchtime, but we got a request to close Round Valley Road, Round Valley Hill, from Smith's Ferry into Round Valley for logging, and wanted your input on that.
I think the guy's name's Lucas
I think it
from
is
IDL.
Lucas.
It's gonna be short closure periods. But the only person that's legal to close the road is
Sheriff.
the sheriff. I don't have a problem with it, but they've gotta get signs up. They gotta actually have barricades all the way across, so somebody's not sitting there the whole time. And back on that same deal, we need to get them to do some kind of a dust suppression on, especially in front of, the first 300 feet up the hill in front of Daryl Ellis's place. 'Cause that dust is gonna follow the trucks right
down.
into his living
And then it
room.
goes on the road on the north side of the highway too, there behind your house. It goes up into that state land. So I think that one just got a gate on it. That's
That's-
one they want to close too.
Not much, it's
No,
a very
long
small
as it's
chunk of
not during
state
hunting
back in
season.
there, but they're gonna tear up Rising Lane.
oh, big time.
So,
Or-
well, they've got to fix whatever they tear up, right?
What's that?
They need to fix whatever gets destroyed.
I've tried and they just say, well, it's a county road.
That doesn't work.
I mean,
They're loggers, they
I
gotta.
mean, I said, who
repair
do I
what they
go
tear up.
above you? And he said, Scott Corkle, but you're gonna get the same answer I'm giving you. So maybe if it comes from one of you three, I don't know. But they really need, if they put dust suppression down, the roads will hold together. It's $3,000 or $4,000 to do Round Valley Road.
We can make that a condition of a closure.
That's what needs to happen.
Absolutely.
Dust it before they leave.
Yeah. I mean, Rising Lane right now where I live is in good shape, but you start running logging trucks on it, it's gonna be just like every other road in Round Valley.
Yep.
It just dead ends and there's only
They
5
asked
or
to get
6
on the
people that
agenda.
live out there
They're
on
the
it, so
agenda
we
today.
don't, we
Or
don't tear it up,
today?
we drive slow.
Jeez, that's the day.
So I don't know, maybe that'd be a phone call for you guys or,
Request from IDL.
Oh, 1:15.
oh, IDL's coming in today, aren't they?
Yeah, 1:15.
Oh,
We
I'll
better
be-
go to lunch. if we
I'll
want
be here, go
something.
eat lunch. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Everyone back.